And good Saturday morning. Welcome to Belt Entertainment in St. Joseph, Missouri. I am Ryan Ragland, and today we have the 2025 USBC Masters, and this is the qualifying portion today. And alongside is Alan Van Zant, who's going to be helping me out. Obviously, you're going to know a few more of the guys than I will. I know some of them from the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, which is on this YouTube page, and I'm not sure how many people are still on there yet. I'm not sure Joey has gotten this switched on to the posted on the page, but
I've bowled in town about 25 years or so, and know most of the bowlers. I bowled in this event many times. I think I'm probably past my prime a little bit for qualifying as much.
At some point, we are all beyond our prime.
It gets hard, doesn't it?
And then we try to refine the prime. But they have it in that bottle. They have that prime. I've tried that. It doesn't work yet.
I haven't found that bottle yet.
Well, they have it all over the place. It says prime.
Oh, okay.
But I haven't found it to work yet, so I'm still waiting on that.
I guess just keep trying and see what happens here. Yes, this should be a great event today and tomorrow, as it is every year here in St. Joseph. There are a lot of good bowlers in town here. And when I, as I mentioned, came about 25 years ago or so, I came from Lincoln, Nebraska, and amazed at...
So how does a Cornhusker get down to Missouri?
Well, a job did eventually.
Okay.
I went to Kansas City and ended up here in St. Joseph, and have loved it here in town.
So you could never say Mizzou?
Well, my tax dollars go there still, so I do say Mizzou
okay.
every now and then, and have learned to root for them at least a little bit.
No, you can't. You either do or you don't. You can't just sometimes for Missouri.
Well, yeah, good point. But now I work at KU, so try to figure that one out.
You're all messed up.
I am all messed up. Greg Sharp, yes, he just passed away.
Who just passed away, the voice of the Huskers. You know where he started?
In K-State. For a long time. I loved listening to him at K-State.
So the bloodline still comes purple somewhere.
It is pretty close. It is. And, yes, he was great as a broadcaster in Nebraska for a number of years before he just passed just a few weeks ago or so. But like I'd mentioned, the St. Joseph bowling community is really a family here. And they welcomed me in with open arms when I came, and a lot of fun people, a lot of great people, and a lot of great bowlers as well. Before we got started, they announced past champions, or current local Hall of Fame members, state Hall of Fame members as well. There's at least a dozen or so local Hall of Fame members, as well as a couple of state Hall of Fame members.
12 exactly.
Brandon
That's
Leibel.
Pretty good.
Just you eye it and you hope.
Yes.
You hope for the best. But Jesse Campbell, who is here on the featured lanes 5 and 6 for the first game today, local and state Hall of Fame member, as well as Brandon Leibel, who has won this tournament at least a couple of times. I've bowled with Brandon for a long time, and just in the last 10 years or so, he has really taken it to another level, gotten very serious about it, and wow.
Brandon is the kind of his game is the kind that will sneak up on you.
It is. It's not overly intimidating
it's
at all.
It's forward.
Yep.
All he had, and he'll beg the differ, but to me, when I watch him, Brandon, I think is this the house shot?
I believe it is the house shot today. Yes.
But even like on the sport shots, you're playing the lanes off the condition.
Yes.
You have to get direction and angle to the right spot. For Brandon, when he's on a house shot, he can pull that back before it gets to off the pattern, and just get the ball to roll up and set. And when he can get that,
generally pretty straight up and in. Now Monday when we were Tuesday when we were actually bowling together, he had to bend it a little bit. He was standing way left and throwing it out and coming back. He had left 5-10 pins in one game, and so he knew he had to do something. He has gotten to be very, very good over the past 10 years or so.
Then you got and Royce. I mean, he's almost like a legend.
Jesse?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I call him Royce.
Okay.
That's just my deal. In fact, he's another one. He has kind of that high axis where he can clear the fronts a lot better than a lot of people can. Doesn't have the huge hand.
No.
And I'll tell you what, another guy, and I don't see him here. I'm highly disappointed. But it seems like a lot of times you see guys that we're going to see guys with all different sorts of rev rates and everything. Some guys with a lot of hand, but you get him like Jesse and Sam Zeblin Jr.
Sam Zeblin, yep.
Where they don't have the rev rate. When the lanes get stupid crazy, that's the game you want.
That's about how I throw it as well, except from the left side.
So you like stupid crazy
I
conditions?
love stupid crazy.
Okay.
And I usually start out a little slower in tournaments, and then by the fourth or fifth game is when I start picking it up, usually a little bit, because the lanes tend to break down for some of the heavy rollers with the rev rates. And Jesse and Sam and myself, where we like it stupid, that's when we start doing a little better.
Say, okay, boys, go ahead and just tear the lane up.
That's
figure
right.
Something out.
That's right.
Then you got one of the tournament officials, Joey Finley, one of the sponsors.
Yep.
And everything.
Love Joey and his wife. Yep.
And Lisa is now my insurance agent.
Is she really?
I got with her and she goes, we can do something here. The house went up a little bit more, but my auto went down even more than the house went up. And ended up
equals
saving
out okay.
It saved a little bit. And the thing that I like about that is, I need to change something here real quick, is the fact that if I have a problem, I can just call her.
Well, you mentioned
and it's calling a friend too.
Shelter Insurance, one of the sponsors of today's tournament. And Joey is going to be on our featured lanes for game one.
I'm going to let you talk a little bit because I got to change this real quick.
All
because
right.
Since we're on the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour YouTube page, and thanks to Dan Schmerbach for letting us use that, I have to change the title of it because it says that we're still in a Mission Bowl in Olathe back in January.
I only had to drive 5 minutes today, so I know we're not in Olathe.
We're not in Olathe
today.
I'll let you go ahead and talk about some of the other guys and sponsors.
Yeah, we'll talk about the sponsors here. We did mention Lisa Finley from Shelter Insurance, also Matt's Truck and Trailer Repair, Ryan Farms, Victory Chevrolet in Savannah, also FS Transport and Drew's Pro Shop, all sponsors. And there's going to be more money this year. In addition to the sponsors, the top 32 bowlers in St. Joseph invited to play today to enter the tournament. They had a $100 entry fee, but then they opened it up to fill up to 32 with anyone else who wanted to bowl for $175, and then they had to have at least an average of 200 or above, just as a matter of trying to be able to compete with some of these other bowlers here. And we are officially off and running, it looks like. I guess Joey had one last shadow ball there as we get going. Joey and Jesse, who we talked about both, getting ready to start.
Some of the other guys that we're going to see later on, and I think are the two that you have to put in the top echelons of favorites. One's going to be Ryan Burks with Burke and Turks Pro Shop in
Berkey's Turkey.
Berkey's Turkey. I always call it Burke and Turks.
He just helped me out with a new ball just a couple months ago that has really helped me a lot.
You want knowledge?
I do acknowledge.
He's if you want knowledge, that guy has it. Ryan Burks has it.
Remember when he was a junior bowler, even have watched him progress since he was in junior bowling on Saturday mornings here.
He just had a kid, didn't he? Not too long ago?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The circle of life.
Oh, it comes around.
But he left town for college. I want to say somewhere in Indiana, perhaps, but has come back to town after school. He bowled collegiately there, and has come back and set up shop at Southside with Berkey's Turkey, and doing really well.
And the other one is obviously Brian Manini.
Brian, who is the proprietor of Southside.
Right.
And boy, you want to talk about someone who throws it hard with revs.
How does he not have knee problems? because he
I
doesn't
don't
have
know.
a sliding sole. He used regular sneakers.
Right.
And, and some people say, well, you can't do that. As long as it doesn't mark up the lanes, you can throw whatever, and you're not
And
running
it's
them
his
outside.
house. He can do whatever he wants. It's outside.
Exactly.
But yeah, you're right. It's amazing watching the torque he gets when he gets to the lane because he plants that foot down. There's no slide, and then just coming right through with it. A lot of revs, a lot of speed, and the pins just explode.
So if you look at the PBA 50 that he's bowled in, and actually I didn't know there was a regional down in Lebanon that Joey Finley and Brandon Leibel and some of the others
Right.
went down to bowl. I probably would have tried it, but I've watched the PBA 50 enough, and a lot of the regional stuff. I can't think of a senior that has a higher rev rate than Manini does.
I think you're right there.
I mean, I'm thinking in my head. I mean, some of the greats. I mean, that we're talking. I mean, are we talking Rudy Revs?
It's a lot.
I mean, Rudy Revs is the only one that comes to mind that at that age
Yeah.
that might still, and I don't think he does.
It's a lot of rotation on the ball, and then
and
when it
if some
comes
people
in,
may not remember Rudy Kazamakis,
I do not.
who might have been one of the. You don't remember? Rudy
I do
Revs?
not. How awful
Are
is
you
that?
kidding me?
No, I know it. I feel bad
Rudy
now.
Revs,
I feel
Rudy
bad.
Kazamakis. Look him up on YouTube. In fact,
Okay.
we'll have to look him up on YouTube. Just a big, solid guy. He looked like he'd be like a middle linebacker or a D lineman or something.
I feel
high-
like I'm showing my ignorance now.
High backswing, and he'd get down to the bottom and just
Zing.
buzzsaw it.
Huh.
And full of energy,
Mm-hmm.
and he wasn't afraid to show it. And in fact, of course, Joey. I was going to yell at Joey when he got done bowling. Of course,
Right.
he goes, "Brooklyn, they can't even carry that." Good Lord.
Well, he's shaking his head. He knows better. Too.
Yeah, I don't know if he's shaking his head because he went Brooklyn or shaking his head because he didn't carry.
Probably a little of both. And then
And
Jesse leaves
and
a
then
light
okay, I
7-pin.
could have got Jesse up here, and they both leave me hanging. So I'm just going to throw it.
Well, oh boy, he is so mad he missed.
Okay,
his
well we're not
spin.
gonna
Yeah.
call Joy up here right now, but
Probably
we'll
just
look
as
up
well.
Rudy Kazamakis here in a little bit. But he's a high rev guy that I'm thinking that would lean back to close to what Manini does, but it's Manini is a physical freak bowling, being at that age and having that
Right.
hand and not sliding, not having knee problems or anything.
Well, the first senior tournament I went to that he was at, it's like, wait a minute, you're a senior? It's like,
Exactly.
Holy cow!
Yeah, I'm not. He's like 53, 4,
I think so.
something like that.
Yep,
I'll,
he's been
I'll be
bowling in senior
58 in
tournaments.
June, but even then, he's like.
I just rolled the odometer to 60, and yes, it's. A
So
little,
you're the SS, the
you know,
super senior.
I just turned in just a couple months ago. I have not bowled in a tournament as an SS yet.
Okay.
So I'll have to make sure that gets added on there.
I didn't mean to add an extra S, but
well,
I'm getting.
just
I'll be there in a little over 2 years. So
catching up.
yeah. I just hope I'm able to.
Well, I remember the first senior tournament I bowled in when I turned 50 and walked in. And people said, "Wait a minute, you're not 50." I was like, "Oh, I feel every bit of it."
Actually, Lisa Finley just texted me. She wanted to know what's the link to watch the Masters.
And
I'm
you're
like,
gonna send it
and
to
I'm,
her.
I'm sending her, and no, and I'm going to text her back. I'm going to say, why aren't you here? Yeah, I'm going to go, why aren't you here, sponsor?
Gotta be rooting on your husband.
She's a sponsor. She needs to be.
Yeah.
I.
We'd call her out on the air next, except she's
Oh,
not
I'll-
listening because she doesn't have the link
She
yet.
knows I will call her out. She knows I'll say, well, if you're not here, then, you know.
I'm looking across some of the lanes already. We see a lot of strikes. There are going to be some high scores here for sure. And I would bet at least 1-300 today.
So you're putting the over-under at 1.5?
1.5. I think that's pretty fair.
Okay.
And I
Are we
would
doing a
probably-
minus 105, a plus 105?
110.
110?
But
Plus,
and,
minus?
And I'd probably go the over
Okay.
on that. Just that
With the guys that we have here.
Yeah, for sure, and the lane conditions as they are, and just, yeah, you're right, the quality of bowlers today. We'll say at least 1.5. We'll go 2. But
Yeah,
already, just looking down, there's at least a half a dozen that have 2 or 3 strikes to start out games.
And we have a few pairs to the right. In fact, I'll pan this over to the right so you can kind of see how many. Well, I was going to. Oh, well. Well, I was going to. There we go. But that's going to show the how many lanes we have going on here. We're going to try to get some other lanes on the coverage and flip back and forth. But
well, what'll be good is that they're rotating after every game, and so they will all eventually get by us here.
Right. I'll get Jesse over here and ask him. We'll throw the. So the question of the day is: do you remember who Rudy Revs is?
No.
All right. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank
you so much.
I had Alan's back the whole time.
Whatever it was, you were going to cover him, right?
I
Yes?
had him.
Oh Lord.
That's 2 of us.
All right. Well, that's the. I'm gonna find someone else that knows who. We can get Jeff Wilson here.
No way does he.
Jeff has to know.
I don't think so.
Just
I'm gonna say no on this one.
Well, yeah, well, we'll get him over later. But that's the question of the day. We're going to have to start
Rudy Revs.
a poll on this. But yeah, I think it's kind of nice. And then Ryan runs the Missouri Masters, and he runs with the, I think with the actual Masters pattern. I think make me get my glasses on. That one, Joey, did you get that?
Moving along here, we're almost halfway through the first game.
They
bowl 8 today, is that correct?
right.
They bowl 8.
8 qualifying, and then they're going to cut 8, and then 8 games of round robin match play, and then cut 5, and then we'll have the step ladder finals. What did you think of this year's Masters, the final match?
Was that something? That made everybody's TikTok feeds and YouTube feeds that just in watching it.
Can we get off the guy?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Who's been in that situation?
Oh boy. If you've never actually been up there staring at the pins, I mean, my gosh.
And there's 3 guys in the Masters you do not want to be bowling. One's going to be E.J. Tackett, who didn't make the match play. One's going to be Belmo, and the other one's going to be Simonson.
They are kind of, the 3.
I mean, the 3 you do not want to be in a championship match and go 1 game.
Right.
And he already lost the first game because he went without a loss through the whole match play.
Yep, clean through. So, yep.
And I'll tell you what, the thing that I loved about it is he knew he needed to get out of his head. He goes to Dino and goes, "It's up here. I'm
right.
Too much in here." Dino probably gave the best advice when he came over and said, "Hey, just do something different. Go give your wife a kiss, and just go do it."
It is, how much they say bowling is mental, and it's really physical as well. But boy, you can talk yourself out of so much when you're up there.
And the pattern.
Yes.
That thing.
Having something as challenging as that.
That thing. You add that on top of everything else. What do you think's going to happen? And
Bowl of 140, if it were me.
If I make a spare or 2.
Yeah.
If I don't choke a few spares, but I mean, and the other thing that I look at, to me, I can't get mad at the guy because a lot of people don't see what goes on during the qualifying. If you haven't been to a PBA tournament, go see the grueling qualifying. I went to Springfield because I had a few days off, so I went up there and watched a bunch of them there. I'll even give you an example. Dom Barrett, is bowling in the first round. Is bowling. Was it Richard Teese? I think it was Richard Teese. Barrett is down 0-3. Walks up into the 10th of game 4, and he has to get them all to
Or he
win.
swept.
And goes bang, bang, bang. Proceeds to win the next 3 matches.
Then he's back in it, and
Then he ends up bowling Bill O'Neill, beats Bill O'Neill 3-1, and then I can't remember who he bowled after that to make the show.
once you start getting some momentum and the confidence is there, like, you know, it's all in your head kind of thing, but once you get rolling.
Kyle Troop, he's bowling Timmy Tan, and all he needs is a mark to win his match for the show. I don't know if you saw it.
I did not.
He goes up, and it hits a little light, leaves the 5-10.
Ugh.
In the 10th, a light hit for a right-hander leaves a 5-10.
Just a mush 5-10.
And that was the match. to
And he was
make
done.
Yeah, that was the match to make the show. What does the guy do? He's talking with fans and signing autographs afterwards.
That's pretty cool.
Dude is
As crushed
one of the
as he
classics.
was,
Yeah,
after something like that, he throws the shot that he thinks he needs. And
one of the classiest guys.
Yeah.
So, getting back to the talk at hand, unless you've been to a PBA event, you've watched the qualifying.
Never been. That would be fun.
Oh, it's because not only that, through match play, you've got all the games of qualifying.
And in the course of qualifying, how many games do they bowl a day? I mean, it's a lot.
With the qualifying, they're doing 18 games.
Yep.
It's either 15 or 18, depends on how many games of the qualifying. I think the Masters was 15, 3 blocks of 5, if I remember correctly. This was 3 blocks of 6, and then they did the match play. Wasn't the round robin 24 like they used to do.
Right.
This was you're bowling 3 games, and it's not total, it's game. So if you know you're toasted in one game,
You just get
try-
ready for the next.
Try to get lined up with some different stuff and go on to the next game, which I don't have a preference either way. Either way, it's still fun. But the mental grind that these guys have gone through, especially the Masters, come on.
Under
You
those
look
conditions,
at that pattern, you're going, what? So now you have different transitions because you're bowling ABC, and you have fresh, burn, fresh. So if you're on C squad, you're bowling fresh. The next day you're bowling burn. Then the next day you're bowling fresh. Now if you're B squad, your first squad you're bowling burn.
rotate.
Next is going to be fresh. The next is going to be fresh. So this is just the Masters.
Right.
You know, so you have this pattern. You have the different stuff you have to get ready for. How much equipment you have to bring. You can bring your old stuff.
Which you might need.
Definitely going to need if it gets, as the word that we brought up earlier, stupid, crazy condition. Yeah, it's so. Don't hate on a guy that goes through the Masters. His previous finishes were like 140 and 130th. His last couple of years. So
And then the chance to get to the top.
and you're bowling Simonson.
Yeah.
Hey, the dude's got the check. You don't. Be quiet. Move on. That's just how I am.
Yeah.
Off my soapbox.
Move on.
Anyway, this is the 2025 St. Joe USBC Masters qualifying here at Belt Entertainment in St. Joe, Missouri. I'm Ryan Ragland with Adam Van Zant.
They're close enough, Alan. But there you
I
go.
don't have my. I don't have. It was the A. I didn't have my
That's
glasses
okay.
on. I apologize.
That is
Alan's-
okay.
Well,
We
obviously going through school, Van Zant. You got
a little bit
a little
bit of that. And
Can we get some tickets, Mr. Van Zant?
well, sure.
Yeah.
I said, in the funny family tree, he's some crazy uncle.
I'm going to find it
That's right.
somewhere. I'm going to find it. As we're into about the 7th frame and we're looking around, I still see a possible 279.
There's another
Couple-
279.
two
There's
more
a
over
third
here on the left.
279 down here. Spare strike open and then 7 in a row.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of splits so far.
No. They're getting to the pocket.
And it makes it kind of easy when they're, red dots to denote split. So
right.
what, 4? And they're running 4. One pair has 5. So.
And the rest have 4. So we should scoot along.
So you're
pretty
hoping
decent.
the ones that have 5 on 7 and 8 are throwing a lot of strikes.
That's right.
So that way they can keep going.
Keep the pace. And they're in the 8th frame. And
they're ahead.
They're actually moving pretty fast. They're at least.
Well, you got 279's possibility on 7 and 8. Now I'm seeing something that's kind of strange.
What's that?
So and this is just me, just what I'm used to. A, B on one lane, C, D on the other.
So
on 1 and 2 we have A on 1, B on 2, C on 1, D on 2. then on 5 and 6 we have B on 5, A on the right.
They actually flip scores.
They flip. So they have the same on 7 and 8. Oh, is that what it does? It flips over?
They do flip sides.
Okay.
So for whichever side you're bowling on.
Well,
but at the same time, just having A and C on one side and B and D on the other is a little different.
All right, I see. Because, I'm not used to this program, so.
It took, when they put this in a couple years ago, it took me bowling on the wrong lane at least a couple of times before I got it figured out.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't get screwed up on that either. So I haven't heard anything. I was trying to see if, and of course Lisa doesn't reply back.
Uh-oh.
Real quick, and hitting the sponsors again, Lisa Finley with Shelter Insurance. As I mentioned before, I just signed her up as my agent, and she answers the phone right when you need her. Also, Matt's Truck and Trailer Repair, Ryan's Farms, Victory Chevrolet. And, hey, as long as it's not a Ford. FS Transport and Drew's Pro Shop here at Belt Entertainment. As we're getting ready on the right lane, or actually it's going to be on lane 7 coming up pretty soon for 279.
I just saw Jess. He didn't start off all that great. He had 97 in the 5th and a spare, but he's got 3 in a row. Now Joey here. He has 133 in the 7th, so he needs to punch out to save some respect, and he got a double there. You can't certainly qualify for Sunday in the first couple of games, but you can sure put yourself in a hole.
Kind of like iRacing. You don't win it in the first turn, but you can lose it. Anyone that's done iRacing has heard that too many times, ad nauseum.
On the old senior masters here in town, I started 170 just a few weeks ago, so that was not as much fun as it could have been. I had to bowl 750 the next 3 games just to.
But did you?
I did.
You did? Huh?
I did, and actually qualified for Sunday.
So would you rather do that, or would you rather bowl the average of? Real quick, Jeff Wilson. Do you know who Rudy Revs is?
No.
All right.
Golly.
I'm ahead 3-1
Rudy
now.
Kazamakis? Wow. All right.
Sorry, no help.
All right. Yeah, you're no help. Thanks
Actually,
a lot,
big
pal.
help to me.
I thought you'd have my back. Jeff Wilson. Even he doesn't know.
He's too young.
I can't be that old. I mean, you're older
must be
than me, and you didn't know who he was.
I know it, and I've watched a
In
lot
the
of bowling
90s?
over the years. Yeah, those must have been my drunk years.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you grew up more in the 70s than I did, and I know what's going on through the 70s. So
Well, I'm an 80s child.
80s,
mostly,
okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess only, about 2.5 years older than me, so I guess not that far off.
No. Just feels like it.
So 279 coming up, possibility coming up here in a few after. And I'm not even sure who
Let's see.
who
here.
is B.
It's hard telling without. Let's see, and looking down a little bit here, I was just trying to see. There's a 250.
Actually, if you want, you can take your headset.
Yeah,
your
I
headset
will
off
do that.
And
I
walk
can
down there
be
a
the
little bit.
roaming reporter here. Jesse with
The soft hand.
Oh, the old soft hand.
Throwing the harsh reality pearl looks like. That's a ball I did on a whim before I go to Baton Rouge in a few weeks. I did get the identity.
Did you?
I-
What do you
I-
think? Have you used it much?
I get it Monday.
Okay.
Just came out. I ordered it. It'll be here Monday. and I debated on the origin. So I'm trying to figure out what the difference is between the origin and the identity, because I still want to get the origin. But then again, there's a lot of other equipment I want to get too, and it's like, jeez.
A lot of good balls out there. It's hard to choose.
The hyperdrive, I've debated on wanting to get that, but I don't bowl enough tournaments for the heavy oil. You know. So it's going to be kind of interesting when we get there to find out if there's a lot of hyperdrives or identities, the Zen 25s, of the stuff that I know that's being thrown there. Then you got the Mesmerize with Brunswick and the Mania, the Black Widow Manias, and some of those other ones that are.
Oh, and Jesse missed it. Missed a spare. Bounced out of the gutter. So we end up with a 2-0.
We're ready to go for the 279.
Not quite yet. Figure out which one it is.
I got to admit,
Might
it has
be
been a while
Davey
since I've
Campbell.
been here. I'm trying to remember the last time I've been in Belt, because I always went to Southside.
Right.
You know, Revolutions now.
Sure.
That if that tells you how far back I was going there.
A little
to
bit.
Southside.
Well, when I moved to town, I walked in off the street here to Belt Bowl on a Tuesday night to join a league. I didn't know anybody in town yet, and I just walked in off the street to join a league, and they paired me up with a team that needed a fifth bowler, and this had been my home bowl for a number of years. The Tuckers that were the owners at the time, and their family for 50 years owned the Belt Bowl before they sold it to Mike White and his wife.
Okay. My home center is now gone.
That's the story for a lot of people these days.
All-Star Lanes in Salina. I could tell you stories about that building. Now this is kind of interesting. When I started bowling, there was two centers in Salina. There was Holiday and All-Star. Rex Haney had owned Holiday, who had owned Gage Center and Gage Bowl, or Gage North, in Topeka, and ended up selling Holiday. He obviously got a good deal that was kind of hard to say no to, and they turned Holiday Bowl into a bar.
Really?
Yep, it used to be a country bar. Well, after that, the country bar bought a building in another part of town in Salina. So then a church came in and bought the building, so now it was a church. And my joke was, after a bowling alley being a bowling alley and a bar, it's going to take an awful lot of churchiness to get all the sins
to clean it out.
To clean it out. Now, All-Star, that was owned by Joma out of Wichita, and had ended up building the alley in Salina, sold that building because there was just a lot of work that needed to be done to it. It was an older building, used to be a bunch of other things before, but when I started bowling, it was so good. Anyway, it is now a church.
A church now.
So as long as that place has been a bowling alley, it's going to take a lot of churches to clean up that place. So both the bowling alleys in Salina are now churches.
Wow.
Go figure.
And it looks like it's TJ Piepergertis who was going for the 279. He did get his first strike in the 10th here on lane 7. But otherwise, down on this end, nothing all that incredible.
No, Brandon Leibel's going to have to spare strike for 2-0.
Oh. So it'll be a 260.
I'll take 260 for a start.
As a first game out of the gate.
I wish I would have had that 11th,
You
but
bet.
I'll be okay. I'll take it.
And then later on, you said, gosh, if I only had those 10 pins earlier.
Oh, I know.
Oh, my God, you think about that.
Hey, I've bowled enough regionals where I miss a check by like 20-some pins, and I missed 3 spares. Thank you very much.
Missed 3 spares or got tapped out.
And they were
between
single
a
pin.
strike,
I just look at the
strike.
spares that I missed.
Oh, okay, just
the
spares.
taps are going to be a taps. I
Yeah.
mean, everyone's going to get those, but you don't miss the spares. That's on you. I don't care who you are. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick timeout while they are in game number, finishing
Just
up game
finishing up.
1. And we'll take a look at some of the scores as it gets started for game number 2, and we will be back here in a little bit. This is the 2025 USBC
The Masters.
I'm trying to get everything together. I'm used to the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, but
Not today.
It's on the YouTube, but that's not this. The 2025 USBC St. Joe Masters, and we will be back here in a few, and with some of the scores, and we'll see about getting an update. I'm Ryan Ragland, and this is Alan Van Zant, and we'll be back in a few minutes with game number 2. Sorry about that. I thought I had the music on repeat, but I didn't. Ryan Ragland with you alongside Alan Van Zant at the 2025 St. Joe Masters here at Belt Entertainment in St. Joe, Missouri. And we are going to be waiting for an update after game one. And I think when we saw it, and there's a four-bagger start over here to the right, but we saw the 260. And
It's 260 TJ Pieper-Gertis. I understand Dave Goodale was in the 250s or so. I haven't seen much else from down at the bigger pairs.
And you did get to see Rudy Revs.
I did see Rudy Revs, and what I said as I saw him, it reminded me, let's go back even farther, that I do remember is Mark Roth.
Oh.
Is what he reminded me of a little bit.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid watching him, and he'd turn it so much his thumb would get all ripped up, and he'd always be talking about that.
Oh yeah, the algorithms on my YouTube has been coming up the old PBA ABC telecast. So they've been going back. So I've been watching a bunch of those old ones, and one not too long ago, Nelson Burke Jr. was talking with Mark Roth about his hand, and he has both sides of his thumb, front and back, inside, outside.
Sure.
The callus on the ring finger, the callus at the bottom of your hand, on your index finger, the top of the fingers. I mean,
all ripped
skin
up.
patch all over the place. And it's amazing. I don't know the history of his, if he had many bowling injuries or not, but just the fact that his hand was in the condition that it was, and the amount of games that they bowled,
good as he was,
not having the technology that we do now, it's amazing how long he got to bowl.
And you think about it back then, for the money they were bowling for, which wasn't much back then. It's a hard way to make a living today, but think of it back then. Wow.
Yeah, oh, God, try and remember you'd have. Oh, look at her, man. She is
Lori,
on
that is
it.
split. That is the fastest
She
ever.
is on it right there.
Oh, we missed a 270 down the way. Andy Weiss had a 277. Caden Cook with a 266. Mentioned TJ Pieper-Gertis in front of us had a 265. And then Kevin Talbot, 259. We've got Brody Johnson, 258. Dalton Cook, 248. And you'd mentioned Ryan with Berkey's Turkeys, 246. So if you go down to the top 15, 15th was Brian Manini with a 230. So that is about halfway right there to start things out.
And then so right now our cut for the 8 is 45 over, but
that'll come down a little bit.
We're early. I don't know.
I'm saying 235.
235
to make the cut.
It was kind of interesting when, speaking about the Masters, like we were talking about earlier, I was watching / listening to the broadcast because I really can't watch it while I'm driving a truck around Kansas City. But I listened to it. And that was one thing I did. I actually listened to Bowl TV while I was in Springfield. So I was listening to what they were talking about, things that were going on.
That's pretty cool.
While I was watching Ryan Barnes, because friends with Chris Barnes, and just follow him.
Sure.
It's going to be interesting to see what he ends up doing. But they were talking about with the Masters that the cut was going to be somewhere around the 100 mark, and ended up being, I think, 82 or 83.
Wow.
So they weren't that terribly far off. And so you're saying about 30. You're saying about average 230.
230,
so for they to be 240 over.
240 over.
Okay.
That's what we'll say.
240 is a number. It's already been set. So
I'll say even a little higher. I'll say 255. Let's go for that.
255, and you're going to do plus 105, plus 110 on that? You can do that in Missouri now. Well, you voted on it. I don't know if we still can or not. Kansas, you can.
In Kansas, you can.
That's what makes Kansas
about 3
better.
miles away from there.
That's
from
what
the
makes
river.
that's what makes Kansas better.
I think the Missouri takes effect for gambling this. It's before the football season, I'm pretty sure, or else they'd be pretty stupid not to.
Well, I thought I heard that there was a delay because they were trying to get the exacts of the bill situated, and it's like, people,
they've been
look next door to Kansas. Look
piddling
what they
around with this
have.
for several years.
and,
Yeah.
And then Kansas did it right. They voted on it. It passed, and they got it going the
Turned
week.
around?
They got it the week before the Chiefs started.
Well, it's that kind of
Idiocy.
well on the Missouri side, but on Kansas, that's what's going to get them the Royals and/or the Chiefs. Just that they can turn things around that quick.
I'll even throw this at you. I know we're at bowling, but we just kind of go.
Hey,
through
we got
everything.
time. We got all morning.
If I remember correctly, I haven't been able to find the exacts of it, but there's things in life that just happen that you just remember for whatever reason. And the governor, Sebelius, she was in office, and there was talk about the Chiefs. Oh, almost saw 5-7-10 on lane 11. Just want to spot that out. We almost had an alert. She was, I think, if I remember right, when they were talking about a stadium back then with Sebelius before she went on to the cabinet with Obama, they were offering space over by the Speedway.
Right.
And I think
when there was nothing
there
out
was
there.
nothing there. And I
Nothing
think
there.
if I remember, I was before the Legends was there. And
Or the Speedway.
And I believe, well, the Speedway was there.
Okay, so it had just gone up.
I think the Speedway was there, and it was back over. If I remember right, they were going to give Kansas City the land, and Kansas was going to build the stadium. What they were going to do was build them that, and they were going to recoup back money, X amount of whatever, parking,
Right.
food,
And get the
whatever.
tax dollars out of it.
Right, get the tax dollars out of it. And there was a big hullabaloo about that. About, the Chiefs going to leave Kansas City. Chiefs going to leave Kansas City. Well, then they did the same thing 10 years ago about it with the Royals. Oh, the Royals going to leave Kansas City. Royals going to leave Kansas City. No.
No, I think
They're never going to leave Kansas City metro area.
The metro area, right.
But I don't know. Leave Kaufman and leave Arrowhead alone.
The idea of going to the old Sprint campus, I don't think anybody likes that. That was
Can you imagine the
floated a little bit.
debauchery trying to get out of that thing?
Oh, my gosh. 435 down south there. Wow.
I think I just, and maybe I'm too old school. I love Kaufman.
Beautiful stadium.
I've been to Wrigley. Wrigley will never change because of the history.
I was at Kaufman just a week and a half ago. I interviewed J.J. Picola, which was pretty cool.
Nice.
Part of my job at the University of Kansas Health System, but they're on the field. This was workout day, the day before opening day.
What
And
are you worried about Brandon Liable?
Look at that.
Okay, we got to get him on here. Brandon, come here. Come here, man. We got to talk about that shot. Okay, you're throwing the Equinox. Off your hand, you're flagging it right, and it goes high flush. What the hell?
Well, I hung in it, so I was thinking that it was going to turn over hard, and
It
did
didn't.
nice. Did good things.
Jeez.
What happened the first game, Brandon?
Yeah. What?
To me, it's a horrible rack on lane 3. If you look at it,
You didn't re-rack.
I did. It doesn't matter. It's every time. No, it's the 2-3 or the 1-3 is way off.
We'll watch the scores
then
on there as we keep going.
The heads are really bad on both sides, so ball wants to hook immediately. And I had trouble getting it through and still getting something on the back end.
So now is the plan to start flagging everything right to land flush?
I'm just gonna hope and pray.
Okay. Huh? I had to ask. I'm sitting there watching Brandon. If you're watching, good Lord, Raglan, he's immediately flagging the ball right.
Oh, he does that a lot.
And it goes flush. I'm going,
Yep.
what?
Yep. Worried about it coming in.
So I had to ask. Anyway, J.J. Picola.
Yes, well, just the stadium there, the K. They talk about it falling apart from the insides. It's still beautiful to be inside.
If you want to see a stadium that looks like it's falling apart, go walk into Wrigley in the concession area.
Oh,
But I love it. I loved it because you still have the pipes up on the ceiling and it's running forever. But that's the mystique of Wrigley Field and the ivy wall and everything.
they say there's Wrigley, there's Fenway, and then
Dodger Stadium.
Is Kaufman older than? I think it's close. But it's either the third or fourth oldest stadium.
And now
currently that
the
they
Browns
use.
are talking about a new stadium.
Yeah.
Atlanta's had two stadiums since the Olympics. When they had the Olympics there, remember they had the stadium. then
Fulton
after-
County Stadium with the old fence in the left field. I
Right.
remember that.
Then they had the Olympics.
Yep.
And then they tore up half of the stadium to rebuild the rest of the new Brave Stadium.
And they're way out of town now.
And now that they've built another one,
Right.
Texas has already had 2 stadiums.
Oh, and that thing looks ugly, that one
Does
they've got
it?
now. Oh, it's terrible.
I
If you
haven't-
look at that online, it looks like a grill cover over the top of it.
I had a chance to go last year when the Royals were down there, and they get a chance to. So, but I will say, I bought my tickets. Me and my son were going to go. Things happened, just weren't able to make it. A friend of mine that lives down there, I gave him the link to the tickets. He found a mother-son that were in line that needed 2 tickets, and we were seated behind the Rangers bullpen. Come to find out, I got a huge thank you note from the mom because her son had been wanting to sit behind the Rangers bullpen for, I said dugout, but I meant bullpen for the longest time. So they got to use our tickets. And she sent me a huge thank you, and I'm like, I'm
Oh,
good.
wow.
I'm like, I'm good. It worked out. But yeah, I'm
There's old.
that's
That's
what
in
the,
Texas. That's a.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, oh, that's the outside with the stadium closed
Yeah.
or with the roof closed.
But boy.
It doesn't look like anything on the outside.
It looks like a big old barn.
It does. The inside looks nice.
Yeah, the inside's nice, but from the exterior, it's not too impressive.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Kansas City ends up with.
Just leave it alone.
Well, it's the team says no, and so I mean
What do the players want?
they want paid, and I think that's what they think a new stadium will bring is more money.
Well, I will say this, and drop it from there. Before 2015, 15 and 14, you go back into 13 and look at 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Kansas City makes the playoffs. They, have a huge improvement over 100 games or whatever. No, or however many games.
well,
it was.
they were in the
They lost like
in the
105 games,
50s.
and their attendance was nothing. Oh, they start winning. What happens?
Well,
You're gonna say, I don't think that was the stadium
it took
effect.
a long time before the fans started coming back last year.
But if you win,
They will come. You're right.
You're
right.
I don't think there's a stadium effect that will make fans come.
Though I was watching the game last night against Baltimore, and they had an announced attendance of 14,000, but it was rainy, it was cold, and I think there were maybe 4,000, and it was Bark in the Park night.
Yesterday was cold.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what, and
Yeah.
so they said there were about 500 dogs there.
It was more dogs than was people.
If you count feet, might have been close.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I think that's Caden Cook, or is that TJ that shot the 260 over
Yes. Yeah, TJ.
And-
and here he goes again. Yeah, he's got spare in the first and then 7
He's
strikes after
possible
that.
290. In fact, we'll switch over here. You can see him.
He's on lane 9 and a light hit that did not
doesn't
get
the
the
7 to
pin.
cover. So he's going to have a nice start.
Another 260 possible.
Now, and then when I mentioned people to look out for, this was people that I knew.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, I bowl in Ottawa, Kansas. I don't
Sure.
know a lot of them. I'm just going by the ones that I know here. That's tough and everything. But yeah, you've got some guys here that will sneak up, and there's always hey, as they say on Yellowstone, there's always a bigger bear.
There is. There's at least, of the 33, the 32 invitees plus last year's champion, of the 33, I'd say there's at least 15 of them that have a decent chance of winning this thing.
Rich
And-
Gebauer, he's another guy.
Senior
that can,
bowler.
He's actually won on the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, and he's another guy that can come up and sneak up on you.
Next year, I've said this, that next year is the year I'm going to get more involved with that again. I've bowled in a couple of tournaments, senior tournaments, and next year, I finally got some new equipment and ready to do
Get
a
a
little
little
better
more
again.
serious into it.
A little more. I had slacked over the years, and past 10 years or so, I haven't been bowling as much as I used to. And boy, if you don't keep up with it, just even with the equipment
Oh,
and
my
with
goodness.
and with bowling yourself, and it can go fast.
Real
And-
quick.
Go ahead.
No, Dan Schmerbaugh chimed in and said good morning, guys. And again, we need to say a huge thanks to him for letting us use the Northwest Senior Junior Bowlers Tour YouTube page, and hit the chat that's on the side there. If you can, hit the chat. Just drop a line, say hi, let us know where you're at or who you're watching or rooting for, something like that, and we'll give you a shout out on that. Equipment-wise, right now, what's your favorite?
I've got a
favorite go-to?
hazmat right now.
Oh, you're the
hazmat.
Deviate guy.
Not a specific preference.
doesn't look
actually
bad.
right. It looks beautiful going down, and it hits hard. As shiny as it is, it really comes in late, which I need because I don't have the revs. I'm a full roller. And
Oh, you're
so
one of those guys.
I am one of those.
Okay.
And so I need all the help I can get in the last few feet in coming in. And so that has really helped me out. My average is up 15 just over last year. And so getting closer back to where I used to be. But that has helped so much. And so next year, Dan, since you're listening, mark me down for a couple of them next year.
I'll tell you,
I'm in.
The non SPI stuff, and I was on global staff for a little while, and I've just gotten used to their stuff. I did get a Bowler's Mart that I get a lot of my equipment from because I drill my own stuff. They had an overseas 3D offset hybrid. I liked it. $100.
Wow.
It was so good. I told one guy I went down to Tulsa for the oil capital. I was just talking to the pro shop guy. I said, I'm telling you, get a couple cases, put it up on the wall, and just big mark overseas. People will overpay for overseas.
Interesting.
That's just what they do. It's a great ball.
Well, I'll give a shout out to Ryan Bergskid. He knows my game, and he's the one that talked me into this, into the hazmat. And so he has helped me tremendously just in the last couple months since I've been bowling with that.
The non-SPI stuff that's interesting to me, the stealth mode, that looks good. That won the Masters. The stealth mode, the Black Widow Mania, the special effects, the red and blue one now.
Okay.
The special effects looks good. And there's a new Deviate that's kind of the red and blue. Reaction-wise looks good. There's some stuff out there, but the problem is I've got stuff at house I need to get rid of.
You got a lot.
Oh my God. Let's just say.
Well, with as many good balls as there
can-
are out there now, it's hard to
I can set
be selective.
A6 and B6. I can set an A group and a B group, but I can't justify getting any more until I get rid of some stuff that I'm just not going to be using. Then there's some sentimental stuff that I'm going to keep it there.
You can't get rid of it.
No.
Brandon was talking about 3 and 4 and how he had troubles there in the rack and all the other excuses he came up with.
1 and 2 may be a tough pair. Scores are not
It
up.
looks like it. We've got 227. Looks like it's going to be high for the pair out of the 4. 202, a 224, and then what's going to be a 215? And
215 on the spare, 202 and 224.
So maybe Brandon is up to something. We'll keep watching that as we continue on.
I'll still say he's just blaming something else, but I love Brandon anyway. He's a great guy and his son, so yeah, I got to give him a little bit of grief.
You have to. I'm looking down where TJ, who had another
267.
Yeah, it looks like a 267. Following up with his 265 the first game.
And Ellen has set the over-under at 255 to make
Plus
the top
255.
8. So
we'll see where we go with that.
right now he's thinking the pace is going to go down. And here's the one thing that that I remember telling a friend of mine is we were doing an 8-game qualifying. There was probably 70 people, and we were bowling the it was the old center that used to be Joma.
Where at?
Here in town, used to be Joma.
Olympia? Or
Yeah.
Playmore? Olympia was down the belt.
Olympia,
yeah.
Olympia.
Mike White's
And-
old house.
Right. And bowling a tournament there.
I never
and
bowled well there.
Had a lot of house bowlers, I guess you want to call it. And he's looking at, it was like game 3, game 4, and he's looking at the standing sheet, and he goes, look at all these house bowlers, yada, 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 and handicap and everything. I go, dude, give it game 6 and 7. He goes, what do you mean? I go, the true house bowlers will fall off. They do every time.
They can't put that many good ones together.
The ones that
can't.
Can't adjust and can't see and can't make the hand or the ball or the move or whatever, I go, watch. They're going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
We come about halfway. We're halfway through game 6 or starting game 7, something like that. He goes, okay, you're right. Because all of a sudden he started matching, like comparing.
Oh, yeah.
And the ones that he knew that were house bowlers just dropped like a lead weight. And a lot of them were coming.
Wait them out.
Yeah, a lot of them were coming back, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. This doesn't happen in this house, whatever. And he goes, but how did you know that? I said, because the averages are based off 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
They're not 5, they're not 6, they're not 7.
Consistency is key in something like this, but you have to be good consistent.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you have 1 or 2 sub 200 games, that can really put you in a hole with as many good bowlers as there are. That's just not going to be enough.
One of the craziest moves, or I don't know, crazy, but one of the smartest moves I've seen was I was watching a regional at Thunderbird in Wichita when it was open. They had a regional down there, and I'm following Rick Stillsmith. And of course, Wichita State, you had all the heavy hitters down there.
Bet.
And I'm watching Rick, and he throws 2 balls on one lane and 2 balls in the other, so he's first 4. And this was back in the day when the Columbia Black Knight, that was his spare ball.
Really?
Next thing I know, he brings out the Black Knight, and he's piping it
using as
10, 11, 12 up to the pocket.
Straight up and in.
And I'm like, what? And
he figured it out.
He ends up shooting 2-0.
Oh,
or it was like
okay.
2-0, 190, something like that.
Okay, yeah.
And they were waiting on their pair to get done, and I walked up to him. I go, I'm confused. He goes, about what?
What are you doing?
I go, you started piping it. I said, and I told him, I said, I'm just asking to learn. He goes, I threw 2 balls in each lanes, and I could tell that they were going to be stupid. He goes, all I was doing was trying to save. He goes, I'd rather shoot 190 than 160.
Right.
Because that 30 pins is going to save you. And I'm like, noted. Noted.
Grind.
And
grind your way through.
Right.
He could be more consistent with that straight up and in.
And he made the match play by like
partially because of that.
Like 15 pins.
Wow.
And then he killed it in match play. So that's why Rick Stillsmith is Rick Stillsmith.
That's right.
So still taking a look at some of the scares. Got a 240 just on the first 3 pairs, 240, and they're already switching over. And
nothing else all that impressive down here. We've got the light side.
Your number's coming up.
Scores must be bigger down toward 13, 14, 15, 16.
Well, at what we got, we're doing 8 games.
Doing 8, so they should be able to bowl 1 game on each pair, I believe is the way they set it up.
I'm looking time-wise. We got about 3 hours left, and we're done for the day.
No problem, huh? Well, we've got the first 2 done in less than an hour.
Yeah, so and that's even with wait, go ahead, say hi to Mom again.
Hi, Mom. How you doing?
And your
Melvin Spear.
Melvin Spear wants to say hi to Mom. There you go. Hi, Mom.
Noted. And
Mark
yes,
that down.
We do have 1 pair with 6 bowlers on it, and
or the
still,
5.
5. I'm sorry. Yeah, 33.
And they're ahead of. They're still keeping everything going.
Well, that's where TJ is with all his strikes.
Well, so he doesn't count then. He just kind of takes up 30 seconds.
1 ball and done. So we got Tim Leach, a former champion, now on 5 and 6. Dave Goodale here. Also Aaron Larison, sorry.
Looking at Brandon's shirt, for whatever reason, I see a solid colored jersey, and I think of Norm Duke.
Yeah.
Because he never, unless it was the the challenge
In
the
the
team
later
deal,
year, yes,
if
the
it was-
team.
unless it was the
You'd
team deal,
have that flashy
He-
green
he-
or whatever color it was.
he only wore a solid
Just
colored jersey,
a normal jersey. Yeah.
and I like that.
Clean look. Holy cow!
Whoa.
What in the world was that?
Well, if you're going to do it,
Get it. First ball.
first ball is a
out
good
of the
time
way.
to get it out of the way.
Still get a 290.
Is that an area check?
That was an area check, area heat check. He threw it hard and it went right in the gutter.
I just had I was picturing that in my head again and imagining the ball going dead right, and all I could hear in my head was that ball going, "What?"
Oh, there it goes. Let's see what happens here. Okay, a little more inside, and that did not come back in. A little slick on the inside. That's why he was throwing it out there the first ball.
Yeah. Yeah, for whatever reason, sometimes you rethink something, you can just hear stuff from it.
Yes. You wondered what would happen when they started miking bowlers and when they'd get up there to the lane and throw it and what they may or may not say.
Something I
And
forgot
knowing
to do.
that they are mic'd, what they can't say. Oh, no messenger.
I forgot to do something. Joey had sent me images for sponsors, and guess what I forgot to do?
Uh-oh.
I forgot to edit those and get those on. So there we go.
Well, I will
I'm
mention them once
yeah,
again
I'm
while
gonna
you
let
are
you talk real quick while I
you
get
are
these
cleaning
edited.
that up. Again, our sponsor is Lisa Finley of Shelter Insurance, Matt's Truck and Trailer Repair, also Ryan Farms, Victory Chevrolet, FS Transport, and Drew's Pro Shop, as we are at the Belt Entertainment Center, Belt Bowl, here in St. Joseph, Missouri, for the 2025 Masters Tournament, being sponsored and coordinated by the St. Joseph USBC. They put in a lot of work throughout the year with the number of tournaments that they are involved in. There's probably about, I'd say 8 or 9 different tournaments in the city sponsored by the local association each year. This comes close to culminating it. We're getting to the end of the year of bowling already. 36 long weeks for, no, you're saying no?
No,
No.
because I bowl the trio league with my son in Olathe.
Oh, okay. And how much longer is that going?
I don't know. Well, I've got state coming up.
Okay, well, yes, there's
I got
the tournaments.
I got state. I got nationals, and then Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have the trio, so it doesn't
Okay.
really stop. It just
It just kind of blurs. We'll say the
as long as
fall league season is wrapping up.
There you go.
I should have
I
qualified
had
that
to correct you a little
in
bit.
the last couple weeks of that, and 36 weeks coming to an end. But like you mentioned, there's a lot of tournaments still coming up with state, with national, and all the others. And just looking at 3 and 4 for what was the low-scoring pair to start out with, we see a couple of bowlers there with 2 strikes to get
Is
going
she
here.
on it or is she on it?
Lori Gage with the USBC bringing us the results after Game 2. And Andy Weiss continues to lead after his 277 of the first game, 268. So he is plus 145 after just 2 games. Caden Cook in second. He started with a 266, followed it with a 270, and so he is at plus 136. We continue down. TJ Piepergertis, who we saw bowl 2 great games, is in third, plus 132. Dave Campbell, 244 and 267 for plus 111, is in fourth. Brody Johnson is at plus 105. He followed up a 258 with a 247. Then Ryan Burks, who you've got your eye on, Ryan, today. He has started 246, 248 for a plus 94. Trevor Piepergertis, 225 and 266. He is plus 91. And then the cut point right now is at plus 88 with Brian Manini with a 230 and a 258 at 488. So if you're at 88 for 2 games, you multiply that times 4 to get to 8 games. That would be a cut of plus 230, 242. Oh,
You're
that's
way
not-
off.
No, 88 times 4.
4 is 320. 4 times 8 is 320.
Oh, I can't. Yeah. Oh, I am off right now, aren't
You're-
I? Okay. Okay. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. That would be quite the pace to keep up
It would be.
for 8 games. Yeah, that's 244 a game.
And I'm sitting there doing some.
We'll see what happens.
Doing some.
I
quick
used to be good in
photoshopping.
math, and I was trying to do that with one contact lens in today. You have your glasses. I've got to cover one eye so I can see.
I'm not thrilled with it, but it is what it is. I'm going back to my photoshopping days.
Oh, sure.
I minimal things that I remember to do.
Not
It's-
my thing.
It's just enough to get done what I need to.
The graphics part have never been my thing in communications.
Ooh. This isn't working out right.
So again, we are in game 3 now of 8 today. 33 bowlers.
Samuel made it. Hey,
Sam the man.
Samuel made it, but he's not. Sam, why aren't you bowling, man?
Why? Because I bowl down Revolution Lanes.
You can bowl here. You're good enough. You're good enough. You're good enough.
Hey, I'm bowling every weekend. I just took a weekend off.
Oh, this is okay. This is the weekend off. Okay.
I got Springfield next weekend, then take a week off and go do the Nationals for 5 or 6 days.
Do you want some intel on Springfield?
Yes, I always love intel.
All right, I'll give you intel later on.
Okay.
Team's about the same. Team's about the same. Double singles, you need to make zone moves.
Big moves,
Zone moves.
zone moves.
Yeah. About the easy way to put it. Well, this is upsetting because
Teams
I can't.
have always been rough for me in
Well,
Springfield.
It's not letting me save in PNG. I do not know why. All right, well.
Brandon begging a little bit with a light shot. No 7-pin.
Right. Oh, Lord. Well, all right. So we're going to have to change this.
Just looking at the lanes that we're covering down here from, say, 3 to about 10. Lane 3, we've got a couple of good scores, 3 and 4, that had scored really low the first couple of games. Not as much on 5 and 6, 7 and 8. No doubles yet by anybody after 3 frames. And then going down to 7 and 8, 9 and 10. Scores are not high on this end, Ryan.
No, they're not. And kind of curious on how far it's going to go down that way, too.
I'm going to take my headphones off and I'll just go look. Let
You
me
can,
take
you
a
can go,
peek.
you can go walk around and talk how you want.
I won't be able to hear you as well, but let me see what we've got going on here. 11 and 12. Not too much. Let's see what we have. Boy, down here on 15 and 16, they're almost done with their third game already. And we have somebody with the front 9. Let's see who we got here. Who do we have with the front 9 down here?
Rick Gebauer.
Rick Gebauer. Pretty. And he's coming up here for his 10th frame. He's bowling on 16 right now. Lane 16 with the front 9. And here he goes with the first shot in the 10th. Straight up and in, and he left a soft 10-pin. So he'll have to pick that up for a 270. Up to a 279. I think we jinxed him. I think we jinxed Rick. And Rick, for his first 2 games, where is he at here on the list? He had a 227 and 224 after the first 2 games. So this, if he picks up his pin, which I believe he did down there in the upper 270s, so that'll move him up a few slots for sure after 3 games. A lot quicker down on that side as we're just in the 4th, 5th, and 6th frames here on the lanes that we're covering. Dave Goodale about ready to come up on lane 6. He's working on a double, 48 after the 3rd with a double. Again, the top 8 will advance today to tomorrow for match play, where they will bowl 8 more games and then cut that down to the top 5 for a step ladder. Tim Leach with a strike. Again, we are in St. Joseph today for the USBC Masters, St. Joseph USBC Masters tournament, the top 33 of the top bowlers in town here. Several past champions today, including TJ Pieper-Gertis, his brother Trevor Pieper-Gertis, Jesse Campbell, his dad Dave Campbell, so a family affair there. Also Brandon Leibel, Joey Findlay, Dave Goodale, Tim Leach, and Brad Lengel, all past champions who are bowling today.
Has there been a 2-time champion?
I'm sorry?
Has there been a 2-time champion?
Brandon's won it a couple of times.
Okay.
And I want to say, has Brad won it twice?
See, we should have the list of years.
Past champions over the years. That would be really helpful for sure. But Brandon,
I love it. I love stuff like that from doing.
It is
from doing like football broadcasts and baseball and wrestling, stuff like that. And then when you have all the stats and everything,
makes you
after
sound
a few
really
years,
smart.
It does. It makes it sound like you know exactly what you're talking about when you just have no idea.
Well, they all have spotters and stat guys that just point out the stuff for them.
No, not me. I didn't have that kind of budget.
You're a one-man band.
I did not have a budget.
Zero.
It was.
Well, I know that everybody here appreciates you coming in to town to broadcast this. You've been doing this here, this tournament, for quite a few years now.
Doing the Northwest Missouri for. I remember the first one was at Fulton Bowl because I just got doing a broadcast that Friday night, and I still had my equipment with me, and I thought, well, I'll go ahead and broadcast it. Well, the Wi-Fi wasn't strong enough to push it out for whatever reason. But then we started talking and been doing it since when Scott Greiner was here.
Sure, I bowled with Scott.
So
I've got a great Scott Greiner story.
Oh Lord, we got. If it's
there's a lot of them, but
hey,
this is pretty good.
Someone get a hold of Scott Greiner and tell him we're going to talk about him now.
I was on a team with him a number of years ago. We had 5 left-handers. It was a Monday night league. And
so right side saw no transition.
0.
Okay.
And so we were bowling, and we got through 2 games. Well, we were bowling, and the old Brunswick scores that were up there would have your running total there.
Start, enter, start.
Yep. And so SG, and I had 299 under it.
Okay.
Some guy walked up. Scott, what pin did you leave? Did you leave a 7-pin? He goes, well, I can't say the word he said first, but he said, hell, I left them all. That's after 2 games. And so
nice.
That was 299 after 2 games. We were not very good.
Nice.
But yeah, I left them all.
I left them all. That's like someone ordering beer for a party. A whole lot of it.
A whole lot of it.
And someone comes up the next day, so How much beer did you drink? All of it?
All of it.
All of it? That's a good party. All right.
Well, you're talking about your broadcasting of this tournament in the Northwest Missouri senior tournament. 1 year in this tournament that you were broadcasting, the finals, the stepladder final. Well, not even to the stepladder, the second day of 8. I was in it. I made it to your pair. You're hopefully you don't remember it. I bowled my worst game ever in a tournament. I had a 136 on your pair. And I was bowling against Brian Brown. I remember it clear as day, who is also bowling today.
All right.
And I did not win that match play. Game.
I can match that.
clarify.
So anytime, usually for the Northwest Missouri tournament, I'll have everything set up in the morning. I'll have it on ready to go. All I got to do is just come over, start, bang, done.
Mm-hmm.
So every time I'm on the pair that has the camera on it, I'll hit record just so I can go back
Just to
and
watch,
watch
yeah.
and kind of watch me. It never turns out well. Never turns out well.
Nothing to put in a scrapbook.
I still have them on here, and I could probably sit there and go, that was a dumb move. Yeah, that was even dumber.
And you can see it afterward. You can see exactly what you did and say, wow, what was I
It's
thinking?
amazing. It's amazing what you see back here compared to what you see at the line. Because you really don't see the ball's reaction even past the arrows.
You're right. Between the glare of the lights and just you're almost too close to see the
Yeah.
revs and when it turns.
Yeah, it just doesn't, never does really work out very well.
I'm just looking at scores here. I see a 119 in the 7th, a 113 in the 7th.
On the first pair.
On the first pair.
And it's,
Yeah. But even on 5 and 6 that we're in front of, 110 in the 7th, 107 in the 6th, 130 in the 7th. There's a lot of low scores here. 108 in the 7th. I'm not going to match up the scores with names. We'll let them stay anonymous for now. But there is not the scores that there were the first couple of games, at least on these first 4 or 5 pairs.
now here's just it's kind of interesting because I like to look at who dropped and who went up and everything. And Kevin Talbot was in 4th after the first game, but he drops down to 10th with a 215. So that tells me
We'll really see something after this
Yeah.
game. Once you get a full 3-game set in.
you start seeing what that trend is and where you're. It's hard when you feel like you have to shoot 230 to keep pace.
Every game or you lose to the field.
Yeah, that's
really tough.
Depending on what that number is. If it's like, what do I want to say, 190, 210. If that's a game, you're like, okay, at least I didn't lose anything. That's when you sit there and really start grinding, trying to catch a double here and there or something.
You really do.
And try to stay clean and catch that 220 and 230 and feel like you're going to make up some ground.
5-6 games in a 220 is not going to help you at all, especially if you're trying to catch up. And that's when you're, like you said, really reaching for that 260, 270, 280. But after this third game, I think we'll start to get a feel for
and you can
how things are going today.
And you can kind of see Caden Cook, who goes 66 and 270. If he sheets out, he's going to go 230. So it seems like they're starting to kind of mellow out a little bit. You get that fresh run, and that's kind of one of those deals where you have the fresh when you can get that reaction. You get what you can early, because after 3 and 4, that's when you have to start making the shots.
Make the adjustments, and that's when, again, the best of the best bowlers will start to show themselves and be able to make that reaction. And whether it's a ball change or otherwise, and was he flashing right again?
No, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to flag it right for Brandon. Flagging it right.
It usually does work.
I'm just trying to help him flag it right so it ends up flush. And there he tripped it forward just a little bit. Uh-oh.
Yeah, on...
Brandon has to go say hi to little cutie over here.
Oh, yeah. That's a granddaughter.
She looks like about the age of my granddaughter.
But on Tuesday night, Brandon has a 228 average.
He's
after the year.
sandbagging.
I'd say so.
He's sandbagging. Me, I take different equipment each week, so I'm about 214.
Got to test it all out.
I got tested out, and if they say you're sandbagging, no, I'm bringing different stuff. I'm trying to find out what my stuff will do. Now, what that does to my average, I don't care.
No. You don't need any handicap in any tournaments anyway.
Yeah, some of the ones I've been in, you're either damned if you do or damned if you don't. So,
Well, as we were continuing to watch 3 and 4, we've got a 221 score up there, but other than that, it's going to be a 188 final, a 192 final score, and a 159. So maybe Brandon was onto something earlier when he said 3 and 4 was not going to be a high-scoring pair, with the rack that he said was not exactly just right. 159, 188, 192, 191.
So that's a tough pair.
And yeah, and then there's 221 up there, but other than that, pretty rough pair.
So 1 and 2, if you can grab a 230, 240 on 1 and 2.
Oh boy, that puts you way ahead of the field right there.
Yeah, that might be it's kind of interesting, and they don't have the program here, but one thing that Dan has with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour that I broadcast for, he has a program that will show an average for each lane. So
that
then,
would be good.
So then when you go back over the top 5 or something, you can actually go back to that pair and find out how they bowled compared to the average of that lane, and
keep it running total.
It makes it kind of interesting, at the end of the whole deal when you look at it.
I'm looking here. It's not programmed that way, but I think there is a total running pin total on each
I see.
side.
Yeah.
So we could kind of figure that out. Now it'll distort a little bit when the group of 5 comes through. But if you just divide it by 4 every time, I guess this would be the third game, so that'd be 3 times 2, 6. Getting into the heavy math again. But it looks like lane 4 is way lower than lane 3 at this point.
Yeah, that's just,
Six games,
just looking at the total on the bottoms.
6 games, they're under.
Yeah, it is. I never did think about that, because it'll have a running total on it. I never did
Lane
think about
6 is
looking at that.
under. Minus 26 for 6 games on
So out of
6.
the front 4, it's the right side on both of them that are down.
Yeah.
So plus 121, and then plus 69. That'll work. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Jason Chris coming up.
Hey,
with
Jason,
the,
how you doing? Good seeing
with
you.
the save.
Yeah.
We're using the mobile hotspot on my phone for the broadcast, and I thought, I might need
A little juice.
my external battery pack. And this thing, can't remember. This thing's supposed to have supposed to have 20,000 ohms or lumens, or not lumens, but whatever it's called.
We're wrapping up game 3 here, and just looking down the way, scores are quite a bit lower.
They're starting to tame up a little bit.
On
That's
9 and 10, the high score is a 216 out of the 4.
Looks like 9 and 10's not a bad pair, because both of them are over. In fact, I'll go down, walk down, kind of look and see what the totals are.
You set us up at the lowest pairs of the house.
9 and 10 are both over. Well, it's kind of hard to tell with 11 and 12, because that's where the pair of 5 are. but if I take out the low, that's still going to be 1355. So those are both plus 100 over. Plus 14 or plus 200. Plus 200 for 13 and 14. So yeah, it does look like the scores the further you go down are a little bit higher. Just looking at the totals of the pairs.
You set us up at the toughest shot in the house.
Hey, you want to grind, you have to grind from the low side.
That's right. That's how you win them.
So would you rather bowl in a carry fest or a grind fest?
Whew. The grind fest is not as much fun. I guess it depends if you want to have fun or if you want to win.
But if you can't carry.
If you can't carry, yeah. That just want to beat your brain in after that. There was bowling here 2 weeks ago. I left 5 7-pins in a game, and that makes it really hard. I
think I've been in a few grind fests.
In a tournament, then you've just got to make sure you pick them all up.
Right, and it kind of goes back to what I was talking about with Stillsmith. You get in that grind fest, and you get to a pair that's just. Oh, if I can see him on there. Oh, I didn't see it. I'm talking too much. I can't talk and see at the same time.
Yeah, you just never know what's worse. If you can't find a line to get to the pocket, you get frustrated. If you get to the pocket and leave a lot of corner pins, you get teed off also.
Right, straighter is greater, or high risk, and that was Brandon. He just got that one right.
Yep.
And that ball just didn't have the energy to finish back up.
So flat.
But yeah, it's either straighter is greater or high risk, high reward. So which way do you go about it?
I tend to go pretty straight. I tend to end up pretty straight. I will slow down my speed a little bit.
Yeah.
To try and bring it in a little harder.
Maybe crawl in the oil a little bit more and just find the spot down lane.
Well, oil's the death of me because I just don't have the revs. I need it. I need all the help. Oh, missed his 10-pin.
Brandon,
I need all the help I can get. So if there's a lot of oil out there, I don't think I can.
Do I tell Brandon that I didn't see the spare conversion, but I saw him miss the 10? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Brandon, I didn't see that spare over here, but I saw you miss the 10.
And he thanks you for that.
He gives me the head nod. Maybe that'll kick him in gear a little bit.
But I guess what you're saying is just bowling can be so frustrating.
Oh my God!
No matter.
I'll tell you what.
No matter how they're set up.
Like I said, my algorithm on YouTube has been the old 80s. I mean, even the King Louis Opens and stuff. Alvin Liu, bowling it, there, and Bob Handley and stuff like that.
I just think of Norm Duke back in the day.
Oh my God!
Well, even
the
today,
stick.
Just a straight up, and straight up about 10 or so.
It's amazing because I've kind of been watching it and kind of trying to take mental notes that in this era this is where they
didn't have the technology,
ball, and then when did it really start moving and progressing? And it really wasn't until like the late 80s, getting into the 90s when it really started.
I'd say mid to late 90s is when the technology, I think, really started kicking in.
When Brunswick came out with that Purple Rhino and the reactive, and everyone was.
I remember the old Black Hammer. Just going back then, that was
the shiny
ball
Black Hammer
for a while,
and that was
That's, I think, for a lot of people, changed bowling.
But it's amazing when with today's mental sight of conditions, you're watching the old broadcasts in the 80s and stuff, and you're trying to figure out why these guys are always going left.
Right.
Well, on one of the broadcasts I watch, I didn't realize it. they would bring out the spray gun.
Sure.
The old, and I bowled on that once, and it's amazing how good those guys were at keeping each lane that consistent.
What a skill that was.
They were at some point they were actually oiling 10 feet and dragging it out to 30. Let's try doing that today and see what some of
Boy,
these
what
guys
would happen
do.
now? Well, you watch those old, and it almost looked like they were just trying to push it into the pocket.
And your mental was you had to read mid lane because that's where off the pattern was. You had to get the ball to set. You weren't going to look for a whole lot of recovery. They're throwing the plastic. They're playing the polyester. I remember walking into the back of All-Star Lanes and Russ Buckman drilling the ball, and all I smelled was that cork being drilled. Was that not an awesome smell?
Well, I remember that smell. I do remember that. And then the urethane days, I think, really started to change what was happening.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. If you start watching those and over, and it jumps, and you kind of, actually, the one I just saw yesterday was the last ABC at in St. Louis area that Walter Ray Williams beat Pete Weber, and it was the last one with Chris Schenkel and Nelson Burke Jr.
Yep, Chris and Bo.
I'm going to tell you, the broadcasting. And being in broadcasting and stuff, doing this,
Sure.
And everything, you kind of tend to look at things, and we're so politically correct anymore and whatnot. I can't remember who it was. Someone missed like a 6 or 6-10 or something like that. He misses it, and Chris Schenkel, without missing a beat, goes, he blew it.
He was so understated in everything
wow.
he did. He was a lot of fun. He had done football games.
Yeah,
for a while.
He did. They showed a clip doing the Notre Dame game way back in the day.
But Chris Schenkel talked about so low key, but yet with just a couple words.
He goes,
Let him
he
have
blew
it. Yeah, he blew it.
I'm like, whoa.
We are wrapping up Game 3. Most lanes are already to Game 4.
These guys are going. Well, it's almost. I'll tell you what. It's kind of hard to tell because the colors of the screens don't change.
They don't change. They
But
do not change.
The
with this
one good
program
thing
they have.
about that is some of the other screens, they do the different color combinations. Is when they tried to put white lettering on a light background.
Or the light green or yellow.
It's like,
and I'm colorblind anyway, and so I kind
that
of
even makes it extra hard.
It made it extra hard when I tried to do the weather when I was on
geez.
broadcasting here on KQ2 when the storms would come in. Say, this darker color here.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what you got to worry about. But yes, it was really hard to see some
Thanks,
of
man.
the scores with some of the backgrounds that they have. Some of the new ones are so busy, though, for open bowling.
You should have been a weatherman when they had the stick-up clouds and everything on the wall instead of the green screen.
When I was in broadcast school back at the University of Nebraska, back in the early 80s, we had one class where you would play TV once a week. You would either be an anchor, you would be a producer, you'd be a reporter. Well, the very first week of the year, I was the weather guy. They would bring someone in from the meteorology department to draw the map, draw the cold fronts on the map,
Right.
and put the sun. And so it was, yes, you're right. That was as
'Cause I
primitive as it
remember
was back then.
Because growing up in Salina, we could either get Kansas City stations or Wichita, which was an extra bonus. Because sometimes we got more football games to watch
Sure.
because of the different areas.
Right.
But I remember watching. Basically, we would watch Channel 12 because people in Kansas City didn't care about Salina. But I remember when they would go to the map and everything, the front where they would draw where the fronts would be, and they had the clouds, and
Sure.
they would have all the stick-ups and everything. They didn't have radar. I mean, they had
With
radar.
a magnet.
Yeah, and it was like now you watch it here. You can get it on their phone and you can see when it's going to be
It's
here. And
pretty amazing. Yeah, they say how weathermen are right only part of the time, but just over
Back
the years
then-
with the technology they have now. Holy cow.
Back then, if they were 50-50, they were doing
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Holy moly. That's, ladies and gentlemen, is how you carry the 466. The 467.
Yep. We should be getting some scoring updates here pretty soon after 3 games. And I'll be curious as to see, we saw what scores were like down here, that if there was anything else. Well, we had Rick Gebauer. They had the 279.
Right.
But other than that, it'll be interesting to see what happens. And Rick was right in the middle of the pack after 2. He was in 19th, so he will move up considerably. After that, he was only 30 out of the cut.
And when he goes 27-24, that's about that range where we're talking about.
They keep you in it.
You didn't lose too much,
right.
But if you can get that big game, it helps get you back into it.
So we will wait for Lori Gage to bring us the Game 3 results. Meanwhile, here on 5 and 6, they're already halfway through, and we've got 5 in a row. We've got a spare in 4 in a row. Let's see. It looks like it's...
it looks like may have a game on 3 and 4 with a strike split and then 4-bagger if he can keep that going. That may end up being the high pair of the high game of the pair.
Right. Whammo.
That Zen 25 looks so good. So here's my lineup for Baton Rouge. And it.
When are you going down? You said a few weeks yet?
Fly out the 29th, and then bowl that Friday.
Is this the
Friday,
first time
Saturday.
it's been in Baton Rouge?
Second time.
Or first
Well,
time
the first
since.
since-
I was there the first time, and that was late 90s,
About
early 2000s.
Yeah, 2000s, because I went with a group, some guys in Salina. But I went ahead and I purchased the identity. So I'm waiting to get that in. My plan on that is to drill it pin down and try to throw it. I'm going to get a hold of a friend of mine that can put last year's pattern down for me, so I can kind of get a general idea.
Right, which is such a fishy pattern. Oh, there's
Yeah.
another one that slid in the gutter on
That
lane
one got
5.
right.
Yep. That bounced out to get the 1 pin. But, boy, it's National Shot is an interesting one.
Well, they really didn't. They tweaked it a little bit until they got to the double singles in Reno a few years ago, and that just totally screwed me. I had no idea. But so I've got the identity. I may end up taking the red. Oh, here we come.
Here we go.
Thank you, ma'am.
The latest results hot off the press. And that's why they're bowling so well on 3 and 4, because we've got Caden Cook there who has taken over. He had a 280 the third game, so he's gone 266, 270, 280.
And a 50-pin lead.
And a 50-pin lead over Andy Weiss, who was there from the start, 277, 268. He had a 221, so he fell back a little bit, but he's still plus 166 after 3 games.
And Brian Manini, who was sitting 8th, and we're seeing this trend again. Goes 26 and shoots 201 and drops a bunch.
Yeah. So the cut line now is at plus 117. That's Trevor Pieper Gertis.
So that's 234 after 6. 234. So
almost
we're
240.
We're still looking about. We're still looking close to the upper 2s, maybe 3. So 255 looks like it might be the over. May have to bet the over.
We'll see. Yeah, right now it looks like it. So running down the top 8, Caden Cook in first at plus 216. Andy Weiss in second, plus 166. TJ Pieper Gertis plus 1. He is also, I guess it's a tie for second. He's at plus 166 as well. Brody Johansson has moved into fourth. He had a 246 the third game to get to plus 151. Richard Gebauer, who we'd mentioned, I guess he missed that 10 pin there. He had a 278 after the front 9. He had a 9 miss, so he is at 729 series after 3, so plus 129. Dakota Kessler with a 720, tied with Shannon Staples at 720, so plus 120 each. And we mentioned the cut line at 8th, Trevor Pieper Gertis at plus 117. Brian Manini just 1 pin back.
One thing I wish there was a way to do. Kind of hard to do it with 32, but I'm kind of curious on. You know what? I bet I could get someone to do that for me real quick. Where'd Jason go? I'm curious on the average per game for the field.
Oh, that would be, yeah.
Where's Jason Christ at? He could knock that out for me real quick.
It's not the average, but the mean, I guess, if you want to get at that. If you want to go to 16th, 17th place, they are averaging about 221.
I'm going to see if they have that on the program, if they can do that real quick.
Yeah, Brandon Leibel is in 16th. Brandon, who was just right in front of us just a little bit ago, he has started 203, 247, 224 for a 674 at after 3 games. And so you want to, since this is just a 3-game set that they've completed so far, he is averaging 222. Well, a little bit more than that. So in the low 220s is about the mean score. We'll get the average, though, a little bit because those at the top are bowling incredibly well. Caden Cook with an 816 after 3 games, a 3-game series. And as you heard Ryan mention, he is 50 pins ahead of the pack at present. So the series range all the way from 816 down to 500 to start things out for 3. So it is a little rough at the bottom, as it would be in about any tournament. But 16th, 17th place to be right in the middle of the pack, you need over a 220 average. And so we'll see if you need a 235 or so to get there. What'd you hear?
We're going to get what we asked for.
Okay, well, that's good.
She goes, I asked her, I said, can you give us a game excuse me, a game average of the field after each
per game, and
Per
we'll
game.
see what happens. Expect it to go down.
If I explained it properly. If not, I found Jason, and I'll yell at him. And
Need someone with a calculator who can add very fast.
you got a phone? You got
I
a
got a
calculator?
phone. I don't know if I want to add 33 scores together and divide, but I'd mentioned that, the 3-game series range all the way from 816 down to 500, and so there's everything in between, but middle of the pack is about a 220 to 225 average.
Right.
To be right about in the middle.
Well, and it's kind of the other thing I'm looking at is
well, if you don't have it, you don't have it. So and that's going to happen.
6. And then
Sub 200 games.
2, 3.
See a lot more in the third game.
So you only had 3 after 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, about 10 or so.
Yeah. So it seems to trend they're kind of trending down a little bit. But real quick.
So what do you think of my 255 now? Plus 255.
I'm not liking it.
Not yet?
I'm not liking it
Uh-oh. I'm starting to feel better about it.
Huh? Okay. Does that get you through life?
Whatever it takes these days.
Exactly.
Whatever it takes. What do you say, Lori?
There are 65 bowling bags back here,
That's it?
and I haven't tripped over one yet.
That's only an average of about 2 per person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Yeah.
60.
I'll say that's not bad. Now, if you go to a KC Tour tournament or something like that, you're probably going to have 3 or 4 to 1. So.
Could probably.
But the plus out of this is you said you haven't tripped yet.
Right. Knock on wood.
You're trucking up and down the lanes a lot, too.
A lot.
How many volunteers do you have here today?
Today, 1, 2, 3 working right now. I've sent 2 home sick.
Oh, no.
I didn't want to be around.
3 is not a lot to get through a tournament like this.
No, it's not. But we're working it. We're making it.
Well, so far so good. It seems to be very smooth, and you've gotten the scores to us very promptly.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate it as well. It's fun keeping track. Now, did you understand what Ryan was asking for?
Yes. There's your averages.
Okay, there's the averages per person. Now, what we would be interested in.
I can't get the ones per lane.
Okay, the what?
Not per lane.
Per pair.
Well, there's per pair, but even could you average per game? If we had the 33 bowlers to see what they did per game.
Yeah, just individually each game.
Okay, so I need to put it.
The field average for game one was this. The field average for game two.
Yes. I'll get it for you.
Sweetness.
I think we can do it. But so she did do average per bowler.
Which is fine. That makes it easier for us.
I was trying to do the math in my head, and yeah, 16
didn't turn out too well,
225.
did it?
Well, I was close.
You were close.
I was close.
So only have 5 that are sub 2.
Yeah, there's yeah. But to the top 8, 239 is the average to get in the top 8 right now. So we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, we are almost done with 4 games.
They set a record on that because we're way ahead of pace now.
Moving right along. And
Okay, so where do I get the best pizza here in town?
pizza. Well, there are several options. Depends on what you like.
I'm going to do a Dave Portnoy.
Okay. There is Il Lazzarone,
I think I've had. Is that the one that you have to
the
have?
wood-fired.
You have to have a specialty way of.
No.
I love wood fire.
Well, they brought this wood fire stove. They trucked it all the way from Italy.
This is the place, and I've
Okay.
tried that. Really good.
That really, really good. There is Gino's, which is downtown, which is fantastic.
Gino's?
Uh,
I like the non-commercial. I love going and trying the
and I'm
non-commercial
staying
places.
non-commercial for you here.
Yep.
We've got all the regulars, but Gino's is a hometown favorite, and I like at Gino's, other than their pizza, they've got a macaroni and cheese, which is
Ooh.
really good with bacon.
And people believe you
everything
cannot
else in it.
mess up macaroni and cheese, and you can.
But you can make it really good too.
Yeah.
And so Gino's has been a staple in downtown St. Joseph for a number of years.
So have you been to Chicago?
Been to Chicago. It's been a while, but I love the deep dish.
Have you tried Luminati's or Giordano's?
Giordano's. Yes, we did have that the last time we were there. We made a special trip.
So I can't ask you if you prefer Lou's or Gio's.
Can't, but
And I'm a Luminati's guy.
okay.
And
Then it must be really good if it's
I'll-
better than Giordano's.
I'll tell you a story about it. The first time we went to Chicago, me and a friend of mine, we didn't know what everyone said. Get the deep dish. So somehow Luminati's came up first, I guess, or whatever. And we're asking, I'm calling and I'm going, okay, so how big are these pizzas? It says you don't have much of a size because these things will fill you up.
Oh, man.
And I go, well, how big is it? She goes, well, it's not really how big it is, it's how deep it is.
You kind of have to spoon it out.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay. So went ahead and I said, okay, well, just give us a sausage one or whatever. And it comes out, and the thing doesn't look like it's all that big.
But it's like deep.
Yeah, and me and James, well, we weren't even looking at that. Me and James kind of looking at each other going,
Say,
well,
we got cheated. We got a
we're-
small pizza.
We're going to tear this thing away.
Yeah.
It costs $30. What the hey? We both got done with a piece, and we're like, what happened?
Whoa.
Yeah, it was just like, got it. Understand now. It's okay.
Oh, Lori with some good stuff.
She is.
She's not as good as Chicago
She
pizza.
no.
Okay, first game, the
Yeah,
field
went down.
averaged 225.
That's exactly what we need.
Second game, the field averaged 227. And then
it
things
dropped down
started
15
changing a
pins.
little bit, down to 212.
So now we'll see after game 4 where your trend is.
Average for the field for the day
You
so
are
far
on
after
it.
3
God, she's
games is
good.
221. And which is about, I was saying the mean was in the 220 to 225 range, so not far off the path there. I
That's-
just saw the scores.
Now
from-
you see why I like to see the numbers.
Love it. Love it. This will show the trend for the day. And on lanes 3 and 4, they've already moved on. But the scores I saw up there were some better scores on 3 and 4. Of course, we had Caden Cook and Ryan Burks, which bowling on them, which may have led to part of that. But that seems to
Harry,
be
that's
about the
better.
lowest in the house right now.
Excuse me. So that when the Chiefs come up,
Yes.
come up to
This will be their
For the
15th year
do you
coming
go
up.
do you go watch them?
I've been there a couple of times.
I haven't been able
It's-
to because
it's
I'm always
fun.
working.
The weather is usually about the hottest of the summer.
Yeah.
It has been miserably hot out there a couple of times.
Yep.
But the work that they did at the university to set up the practice fields, all the organization that the Chiefs demand
Right.
for having an event like
Well,
that there.
why wouldn't you?
Oh, of course.
What do you need? Done.
Done.
It'll be there.
There is a little panic with the talk of the new stadium, that if part of that deal will include a
New
new
stadium
practice facility,
here?
well, in Kansas City,
Oh.
the new stadium in Kansas City, that part of that deal will include a practice
How
facility.
about you worry about that when the time comes?
Well,
Because how long have we been talking about this? How long have,
Yeah.
have they been talking
a
about
long
this?
time, but
When I see something definite, okay.
it's been 15. It'll be 15 years now for training camp here. I had gone up to River Falls a couple of times.
That would be nice.
Before it came here, and small town.
You want to see Percy Snow on his moped again, breaking his leg?
Isn't that something?
Good Lord.
And seeing the players
Marty,
how they
why
got
are
around.
you letting them ride around on a moped?
Yeah, it was seeing how the players got to the practice facility from their
Lord.
dorms there, that they pedaled around and mopeded around. But the Chiefs in St. Joseph, there's a lot of local pride with training camp being here for the month that it is. And there is a little bit of concern about what may or may not happen when whatever happens to Arrowhead, if they renovate or if they go for a new stadium, or
Right.
or what they do, how that'll end up.
What's the out of all the possibilities of either moving either Kaufman or Arrowhead, what's the worst idea that you thought they had?
I thought, well, just the most recent one, Kaufman going to the Sprint campus, I think is a terrible idea.
Yeah, I understand what. I think that was just talk.
I think
because
so.
it's such an open area.
I like the idea of downtown, or even better, the one that most interested me was Clay County, just north of the river.
I'll tell you why I don't like the thought of downtown, because me and my son and a friend of mine, we go to Chicago for the Peterson, and Kansas City had just happened to be playing the Bears in a exhibition in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
So we go to that. We had a park in a parking garage.
Soldier Field,
Okay.
right there.
So we're walking down the parking garage, and I tap my son. I go, "Do I see what I think I see?" And he looks over. He goes, "I'm afraid so, Dad." It's people tailgating in a parking garage.
That's desperation. You're
It-
going to lose that.
And
yes.
it really wasn't even a tailgate. They just had it was either I can't remember if it was a tailgate or if it was an SUV, and they had the side door open, or exactly what it was. But they just had a small table with some chips and dip and maybe some. It wasn't even a tailgate.
I would not like the Chiefs downtown for sure. I think the Royals, though, there's not as much tailgating that goes on with the Royals.
Not as much, and
And-
I think you could get away with it. But
I think
come
so.
on,
And
you take
I'm never going to tailgate in a parking garage.
no, you take. I will say this, infinity. You take tailgating away from a Chiefs
Oh,
fan,
boy.
you are going to have a riot. You're
Just
going to have a problem.
The amount of people I know here in St. Joe that plan their
They plan
falls.
their Sundays around it.
their whole fall around the schedule and when they're in town, when they're not in town, and the tailgating that they pack up and take down to Arrowhead.
We have an identity sighting. Lane 6, Caden Cook.
Caden Cook, who after 3 games was leading.
Holy moly, that wasn't his N25. That was the identity he was throwing. I'm going to have a discussion with him. Holy moly.
Well, we did not see
And he
what
has
his 4th game was.
He has some hand.
Yeah, just a little bit.
He
And,
has a
and
few
some
revs.
speed.
Okay, so I'm going to get Caden up here, and I'm going to ask him about the identity and just how good that ball is. I'm curious on how long he's been throwing it. If
He rotates through balls very quickly.
Okay. Well,
Very quickly.
I'm kind of
It's going to
curious.
get across, and he just enough for the double wood. Caden.
Okay, so we have an identity sighting. I get mine Monday. So your first initial thought on the identity?
It's very clean. Like compared to the Origin, it's less ball overall.
That's what I was going to say, because trying to compare it to the Origin, it seems like the Origin may be just a little bit more mid-lane. But if I remember right, the identity has the reactive gloss.
It does, yes.
Now, did you do anything to it, or you just leave it?
I put some surface on mine and I threw it last night. I usually hit everything that has the polish on it with 2000. Yeah, not a huge fan of the polish. As you can see, I throw it pretty hard in that.
So you're at 815 the first three.
What'd you get the fourth game?
205.
205. Ooh.
3 and 4 was
3 and 4.
brutal.
Okay,
We've been watching 3 and 4
Okay,
all day long.
Brandon Leibel told us 3 and 4 was bad with the heads.
The rack on lane 3 doesn't do it any favors either.
We've heard that before.
Well, that's what Okay, Brandon, we take back anything that you were complaining about.
The 3 pin is on top of the 6.
Oh Lord. So, how many games had you thrown the identity?
I just drilled it yesterday.
I mean today.
Oh, I just threw it the last couple balls that game.
Okay.
I threw the XL the first 3.5 games.
Okay, because I thought I saw you throw it on 3 and 4. I thought maybe that was Zen 25, and then I saw you throw. I'm like, oh no, that's identity.
Yep, that is the identity.
I'm going to keep watching identity. All right, Caden Cook, 205 after the 815.
Ouch.
So that will, that's.
He had a 50-pin
Brandon-
cushion after 3.
So what you're saying is Brandon Leibel had good information, had good intel on 3 and 4.
He was scouting it out.
Okay. We didn't tell anybody. If
No.
he wants to tell somebody, he can.
He didn't
but
tell it. Oh, Ryan slid right through.
That's not going to help much. Now, here's the thing I just noticed. Ryan Burks does not have a bowling shoe on. Is he planning also?
Huh. We'll have to watch.
And those are pretty shoes. Those
let's
are
see. We got a
colorful-
little.
those are
like I said, I'm
colorful shoes.
colorblind, but I see a little orange and a little yellow going on.
A little orange, a little light blue, black writing on the side. He's got some red back on the heel, yellow on the front, on the sole of it.
Came up light again. He left the double wood
He said it was clean,
the last frame and
so he's kind of
another 2-pin.
Okay, so he like he said, anything with the reactive gloss or the 4K fast, he hits with a little bit of surface to get that shine off. Yep, Burks is
Sliding by.
not sliding. I'm kind of curious. I
No.
didn't know he did that.
The plant did not slide. The ball did.
Yeah. Wow.
Boy, a 5-2 after a double is
Yeah.
a crippler.
Now here's the thing that's going to be interesting. So this being game 5, and as he's talking about the identity being a little bit longer than the origin, it's going to be kind of interesting to see the transition with his hand when that identity
he said
really
he
comes in.
tested it out a
and
couple
set.
balls there at the end of the last game. He hasn't brought it out for a strike ball yet, when it might matter a little bit more now.
But I ended up getting mine. So I'm just, I don't know, I'm basing everything that I'm taking to Baton Rouge based on
Sure.
the past stuff. But you never know what you're going to get. So it's interesting.
Well, just looking at trends here on 5 and 6, we've got 3 of the top 10 or so, 3 of the top 11. We've got Ryan in 11th. We've got Trevor
after
Pieper-Gertis in
3.
8th. This is after 3. Yeah, we don't have the 4th game update yet. But so we've got 3 of the top 11 after 3. And frankly, they're struggling here in game 5.
So Caden's going to be 10, what do you say, 205? So he's
Yeah.
going to be 1021. So just being the 21, well, he'll still be in first because he had a 50-pin lead.
He had a 50-pin cushion, yes.
So-
but he'll come
but
much back to the pack.
But if Andrew goes 250, there's
And
your
I did
50
not
pins.
see. Say Andy.
Wow, Burton. And
Struggling.
now Caden just went to go get the origin. So evidently the identity is too long.
Yep.
So that just tells me that my idea of drilling my identity pinned down might be a good idea. Just enough to smooth it just a tick.
He was talking about how shiny it is, too.
And he
This
put some
one here.
surface on it,
Yeah.
but I'm wondering if he hit it with just 4,000. I usually hit mine with a light 3, just to get a little dullness into it.
Mm-hmm.
It shines back up. I did that with a absolute.
See how this reacts. Boy, same shot.
Well, it caught.
Yeah, he caught it.
It caught the friction, but it didn't have the back end. So he
Same results as the last couple of frames, except he has
Yeah,
a
he
10-pin
definitely needs
friend
to-
with it to make it even harder. So he'd left the 2-8, and then
the 2
just
4.
the
Yeah,
2, then just the 2-pin, and now the 2-4.
we're definitely
8,
a move
10.
right
Yeah, it's gonna
area
need
right
that.
now. And Brian Manini is
101 in the 6th.
Brian Manini is a 9-spare god.
Look at that. Yeah, 6 open.
He goes 6 miss, 9-spare, 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 9-spare,
5 in a row.
9-spare, 9-spare.
Is this the grinding part of the day you were talking about?
This I think 3 and 4 is the grinding pair. Period.
But even look at 5 and 6 here. 3 of the top 11, and we've got none of them doing well right now. I'm looking down the lanes here.
Here's the one thing that I need to try to do is after the qualifying have them leave the lanes on enough so we can go down and get the totals.
Check per, yes.
Get the totals of each
We can-
lane, and then we can figure them out that way of how the pairs were running.
See if we are actually eyeing out the toughest pair in the house.
And translation, this is the topography of lanes. I mean, we're not going to have the
Right.
topography of it, but we can get a characteristic of what each lane does.
I would say over the years, the side that we are on now has been a lower scoring side of the house.
Okay.
Over the years, it seems that the higher scores, that the leagues have had a preference for bowling on the higher side, more than just because the bar was on that side in the past.
And if I was a center owner or manager or whatever, that would be information I would want. I wouldn't want to know what the pair average
Right.
is.
Oh, you bet.
Just to get an idea if there's something there that,
Now, my first 300 in this house was on 9 and 10. But most of the other good scores I've ever had have been on the higher side.
right.
Manini flat 10 pin, another 9 count. And he's kind of looking a little disgusted about that.
I'll be right back.
You bet. O'Brien, as we'd mentioned, had a big split in the first frame, 6 open, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is his 7th 9 count
Well, they say
in a row. He's picked them all up at least.
what did you get? What was it? 9 spare out. Okay, now Caden Cook's getting to phase 2 with
Yeah,
some surface. He's going to
another.
blend it. He's got the Dynamax down there. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't just throw that to help blend it. But they say 190. Was it 91? If you go 9 spare out on a game is like 190.
190.
Okay.
But he had the bad first frame.
Right.
So he's in the upper 170s.
Yeah, he's trying to catch a double. And even if he sheeted out, he's going to go only 2-teen.
40, 70,
But
200.
but 2-teen on 3 and 4.
That would be good.
That's going to save you.
That is.
But the problem is he hasn't.
But he gets
yeah.
2 more than 9 spares. He's in the upper 170s.
And you can see what Brian Manini leaves on lane 3 here in a second.
And surprise.
And he scouts a 10 and it goes behind it. Good
Wow.
Lord. So now it goes to
He's in the-
209.
well,
No, it
150,
goes
180.
189. Yeah, 189.
189
That's right.
is as good as he can get
And he's sitting in the pocket.
every time. This will be
Good
his
Lord.
8th single pin in a row he'll be shooting for.
There's the Mr. Dan. Mr. Dan Schmerble, how you doing?
I'm fine.
And Omaha went pretty well.
Yes, real well.
What did Tony Manna Jr. have before the singles when he decimated the qualifying?
I'm sorry.
What did Tony Manna have for breakfast before he dismantled the qualifying on Sunday?
I don't know, but yeah, he bowled really good on Sunday. He bowled good Saturday too.
Yeah, him and Manini with the doubles win.
Yeah, so yeah, he had a 1-2, first place Saturday, and second place on Sunday. It's a pretty good weekend.
And didn't have to travel.
No, I didn't have to. Yeah, and he actually he lives in.
Papillion.
Yeah, so that's close to where we were bowling. So, yeah.
That's like going to St. Joe and living in Lenexa.
Yeah, and well, it was really good because we had 66 bowlers each day. I wish we'd had you up there because a lot of guys asked about the live stream, so that's getting a lot of traction as well. But we had 66 bowlers each day, and it was probably 50-50. So a lot of support from Omaha, from local bowlers, which is really nice. You know, that's like our 4th or 5th year going up there. Now we're starting to see traction with the Omaha guys. I just need to try and get more of them to come south.
Yeah, that kind of get Tom Kelly to come down.
Yeah, we got 4 or 5 come down here and bowl quite a few of them down in Kansas City area, but just need a few more guys to do that. But no, it was a good weekend. We got 2 tournaments left. One of them, at least someone here coming up in April. Sign-up registration is open for that. Almost $4,000 in added prize money, I believe. I know it's north of $3,000. So that's going to be a big tournament. It's going to have, a nice prize fund. We're going to open that up to 72 bowlers. So 6 on a pair, 12 pairs, 72. And I think right now I have 66 signed up maybe.
Now is this for the Lee Summit?
Lee Summit, the last tournament of the year. And then after that we go to Gladstone for the Invitational for the top 32, and that's going to be a fun tournament as well. So.
And we'll have both coverage for both days on that.
Yeah, that one there we're going to cover both qualifying and the finals, so that'll be really good. Those are always fun tournaments. It's nice to wrap the year up, at some point, because then I can try and get on both some tournaments myself. But then I got a couple months off until we do it again. So.
When do you go to Baton Rouge?
We go to Baton Rouge April 29th and 30th. So we are actually Sunday, Lee Summit, after the tournament is over. Me and Sam are driving down to Lee Summit, driving from Lee Summit down to Baton Rouge. We probably bowl Bowler's Journal Monday, bowl Team Tuesday, Singles and Doubles Wednesday, and then come home. And then I'm probably going to Saturday jump on a plane and fly to Florida and bowl a couple PBA 50 stops.
So you're going to be there when I fly in on the 29th, going to an LSU ball game that Tuesday. So I got to find out what time you guys bowl the Wednesday and try to swing by and see you guys.
We bowl early on Wednesday.
I'm going to stay in bed. I'll probably still be in bed when you guys are bowling. 7 o'clock probably?
No, I don't know if it's quite that early, but we bowl early. I know we'll probably be on the road heading back home by 2 in the afternoon or something.
I'm just going to be getting started about then. I have a feeling after the LSU game, we're going to divulge in a few adult beverages down in Louisiana.
Sounds good.
Well,
so a lot of bowling coming up. I got to make a real concentrated effort to get out and practice. I'm actually starting to throw the ball pretty good. Been scoring better. Just got to practice. Just practice shooting spares and so forth.
Well, I'm the same way. I probably should have brought my stuff with me today, but thanks for. Yeah, Brian Manini finishes up with 188 with the 9 spare God. But thanks again for letting us use your YouTube channel to get this going. And I'm going to try to figure something out. Maybe I'll just take a day off on that Monday so we can get up to the back-to-back up there at Omaha and figure something out with expense and stuff.
Yeah, we need to, because that'd be a good weekend to broadcast, because the bowling is up there has been fantastic. And a lot of those Omaha guys, they're good.
Oh yeah, they don't mess around. We'll have to figure something out for next year and try to plan ahead. And I'd like to get up there, and it's just that rush of trying to get back and being up at 5 in the morning on Monday. That's a long day.
Understandable.
But yeah, Dan Schmerball with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. Thanks for letting us use the YouTube page, and we'll see if we can get Manini to carry a couple in a row now.
Yeah. Okay, guys, have a good day.
All right.
Thanks, Dan.
You'd mentioned, Brian, the good news and bad news, I guess. He had his 188 in Game 5, but in Game 4, down on the other side of the house, we totally missed out. He had a 290.
Okay, so that kind of goes back to my question. So if you take take 12 off the 90, so he goes 78. So would you rather go, would you rather go 30-30, 35-35, 35-40?
Boy, that's a hard one.
Because I've bowled enough sweepers where I go 260-160. So would I rather go 260-160 or 2-team?
Yeah, yeah.
Take your pick.
Whoops.
Oh,
Kate
that's
just
not going
missed
to
a
help.
10-pin. So I guess before we wrap up Game 5 here, we do have the Game 4 totals and the same.
And what did I tell you?
Yeah.
What did I tell you? Caden Cook goes to 205, and I go, if Andrew goes 255, then he climbs him. Well, guess
so
what?
Andy Weiss moved up to first after 4 games with his 268 in Game 4. He's at 1034. Also, Caden, as we mentioned, with his 205 in Game 4 now is at 1021, and his 5th game is not looking so good either, so that's going to be a little struggle. But Manini with his 290 in Game 4 is now in 3rd. Dave Campbell in 4th. TJ Peppergertis in 5th. His brother Trevor in 6th. Dakota Kessler in 7th. Brody Johansson in 8th. The cut line is at plus 160 after 4 games. So an average of 240 to get you in the top 8.
I found out why Lisa's not here.
Ah, she's not in town.
She's bowling the women's state in Cape Girardeau.
Other side of the state.
So if
Boy,
she,
it takes a long time to get to Cape Girardeau.
so I wonder if she's going to see the Rush Limbaugh Monument at Cape Girardeau.
I don't know.
Do they have one?
I know they recently, in the last 5-10 years, did some work to their Riverwalk area.
Either that or you could go up to Hannibal and see if you can see Colonel Henry Potter's gravestone. Or
I
Mildred.
like that. Yes, MASH. I love that.
Oh, I'm the MASH aficionado. I've been to Hannibal. I've been to Ottumwa, Iowa, and
Radar.
And Henry Blake was from Bloomington, so I've been to Bloomington. So
the trifecta.
I haven't been to Toledo. I haven't been to Maine.
Okay.
But maybe at some point.
So we are wrapping up Game 5.
Yeah,
here.
this one's gonna hurt Caden. He's gonna have to come back
to the
next 3 and.
He had a lot of cushion after 3, but it's gone. And this is Trevor Peppergertis, who is in 6th coming into this, and he's in the 2 teens right now. One more strike would put him in the 220s for Game 5, which would be, I'd say, pretty fair for where we are now with scores coming down a little bit. Oh, you were the field average. Again, after the first game of 225, went up to 227 for the second game. A big drop for Game 3 to 212. Game 4 bumped up just a little bit to 217. So the field average for the day is 220 a game.
It's kind of strange. The game average goes up, but the field average went down down a pin.
Well, I'd say that meant that there were fewer high games.
Yeah. Kind of strange how that happened.
Well, if you look at the top 8.
Well, the field average went up, but it
in
was
the third game. Right.
It was still below the.
Still below. Well, the first 2 games
total average.
First 2 games are pretty high. 225, 227.
And that kind of goes back to what we were talking about early before the transition starts hitting.
I think we're
you
seeing
get what
it.
you can.
We're seeing it now. Just in Game 4 of the top 8 bowlers, there was 2 260s and a 240 and 2 240s, but otherwise there's a 205, 204, 209. So and this is in the top 8.
Well, Ryan Burks is deep on his shot, and then Caden's really. Yeah, it looks like he's on that dynamics, and he just moved right, bumped up against the friction, just kind of froze the lineup a little bit, kind of blend it.
Yeah, grinding is what you said now. Ryan, with one more strike, he's going to finish with it.
He's going to go
5 or 6 in a row just for a teen.
Yeah.
He had 78 in the 5th of this game. Well, we saw the 2 splits he had in a row.
This has got to be the first time I've ever seen him when he's not sliding.
I don't remember it either. Have to ask him about it.
Yeah, he's going to try. He's going to grab another ball and try something
for a fill
else.
ball.
That got right.
Yeah.
That got
and
right,
there you
and it
go.
just-
Back to the old 2-pin again.
Yeah,
the 2/8.
and you've got to, when you're moving right to freeze up against the friction, if you get right of that friction,
It stays there.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's not going to make it.
And so this will be his second game in the 190 to 200
he's got
range.
98 on the spare.
98 after a 205. So he's struggling a little bit, especially after an 8-16 first 3-game set.
So this is the time after, you shoot 8-16 your first 3, and you go 202, 20190. That's when you sit back and you go, okay, where am I at? What do I do?
But he can't totally lose it, though, because he's still qualifying.
Yeah, but you're still in that area. Well, I don't know.
Well,
He shoots 190, so what's going to happen over here with, it's not going to be Manini because he goes 180.
Right.
So you actually gain pins on him.
couple names at the top.
So you got to look at Campbell, what TJ's doing,
Trevor, it was on the same pair, 5 and 6, and he had a sub 200.
So so that's two of the top 8. So he's not bad, but you still got It's gonna be
Caden's going to
interesting.
fall a little bit. Brian's going to fall a little bit. Trevor's going to fall a little bit. We'll have to see what's happening down the lanes a little bit.
Yeah, so lane 3. Well, I just got to thinking all we can do is look at pair. We really can't look at game because it's
Right.
side by side. But you can kind of average.
Well, just 5 and 6 is not considerably better than 3 and 4.
No, you're
at
looking
this point.
21-18 on 3, 20-42 on 4, and then you're looking at 11 pins less on 5, and 8 pins less on 6. So 3, 4, 5, 6. That's your grind spot you need to try to get through.
Well, just compare that to even
now
9 and 10.
Here's something that's going to be interesting. You take a look at
Well, you look at the
started over here on 5 and 6.
We'll see their
and
scores
goes-
possibly go up because
But they still have to come back
They
over
still
here
gotta
where
come
they
back
started
down
on
here.
7.
Yeah.
So
that when we see Andy, Caden, Trevor, and Ryan that are all in the top 10 or so, they started on the higher scoring lanes and have come down here and have come back to the pack a little bit.
this is terrible.
But
Looks
if
like
you-
I got to
if-
make a call to T-Mobile because they're screwing it up already.
Yeah, if you look at lane 4, after 5 games, it is at plus 42. So barely averaging 200. And then
Now look
compare
at-
that to lane 9, and they're at plus 148. Lane 10, plus 136. So a lot higher score. I see even a 2200 on 11 and 12.
15 and 16 was about the higher ones that I saw.
That's where we were missing out on some of those good games. The 290, the 280, 270, 277, the high game, each game, those were all down on the higher pairs.
Well, we already know about 3 and 4. I know. Oh, we were watching. How many 9s you want to leave? Hey,
5 and 6 has been
you
barely
spared 'em.
better at this point.
You spared him. Yeah, but Brian Manini goes and throws the ball on 6, and he actually slows it down, and it gets to that spot, and it didn't turn.
It's like, wait,
like,
it's supposed to turn now. Yeah, we are definitely watching the lower pairs of the house here, which has been the trend here for years and years, as we mentioned earlier.
And then Rick Gabauer goes 2-4-8,
Yeah,
and he's
there's a
straight
great
up.
church on 4.
This is definitely an interesting couple pairs that we have over here.
And again, these are really good bowlers doing this.
Yeah. Well, and this. Can I help you, Jesse?
Alan, you still putting up with Ryan? You're doing a good job.
Hey,
as
he's
you
putting
are.
up with me. So, Jesse, as you've been wandering down game by game, have you found it to be a little easier as you go higher?
It's a lot easier when I throw strikes.
Well,
I
it's
figured
always
that out.
easier that.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of pairs down here were a little tough, but as we've went, the look to the pocket's
The
nice.
trend has been it'll keep getting better. The highest scores have been on the
The
higher
higher
pairs.
But wait till you get to 3 and 4.
I might change my shoes right before then.
Might be the best decision you could do.
Goal. Everybody's got a goal. That might be mine.
That might be it.
We should be getting Game 5 results pretty soon to get an update of where we
Yeah,
are.
they've been pretty quick on that.
Yeah, Lori's been real good with it, and she says she hadn't tripped over a bag yet.
Well, yet, and she
There's time.
She said yet, so that way you don't jinx
There
yourself.
is time. And so we are more than half done, and we've gone less than
We're doing pretty good.
2 hours, yeah. We've got 3 games to go.
Real quick, the sponsors. Again, want to say a huge thanks to them. You can see some of them coming around, scrolling on the screen. Lisa Finley with Shelter Insurance. Absolutely give her a call. At least just let her give you a quote. It doesn't cost anything, and I did that, and hey, she's saving me a little bit of money. And also you have Matt's Truck and Trailer Repair. Give them a call, 816-259-5001. And I'll tell you what, when you are an owner-operator, you have to know where those guys are. You get stuck on the side of the road, and it is not fun whatsoever.
None.
Ryan's Farms, Victory Chevrolet, thank God it's not Ford. That's my own plug. FS Transport, and Drew's Pro Shop here at Belt Entertainment here in St. Joe.
Just following up on our trend of the higher scores coming from the higher lanes, in front of us right now, we've got at least half a dozen of the top 10. And they have come back to earth here the past couple of games. But just of the top 10, we've got Caden Cook, Ryan Manini, Trevor Pieper-Gertis, Brody Johansson, Shannon Staples, Ryan Burks. That's just the top 10, and they are all about right in front of us right now, where they started
I think
on the higher
Rickabauer
scoring
might
pairs.
not be too
Rick
bad. He made a-
Rickabauer, that's right. He has dropped a little. His last game, his 4th game was 157 right after a 278.
He's going to have to kick it in gear. So right now
This is after 4 games still.
So 937. So you're looking at 137 over, and you got to think. Even if we're going just down 100, which, there's still a lot of people that's in line. But you got
plenty of time.
You
yet.
got 3
We're
games.
only halfway.
But I think game 5.
That'll really start to.
That's going to start
sort things
separating
out.
who's still in and who's not. So it's going to be kind of interesting to watch Ryan Burks here on 7, Manini, Caden Cook on 7 and 8, and what kind of adjustments they're going to make, and kind of watch Caden scores
They
and Burks.
made it through the muck of 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, and Trevor moving on up to see how they're going to go. That ball never even had a turn signal.
So we've got Brian, we saw leave the 2-pin there. We've got Shannon Staples.
And here's the
who's
thing.
in 9th.
And here's the thing about Manini. I always thought his adjustment was harder and straighter.
I was just going to say the same thing. More speed.
And because I remember one time him bowling at a AMF College or NKC Pro Bowl before they closed it down with one of the Northwest Missouri tournaments. I remember going, okay, is he going to move left and slow down, or is he going to jam it and move right? And I thought he was going to jam it and move right. And no, he goes left and softens the speed. And I'm like,
whoa,
that's
where'd
just
that
so
come from?
That's just so anti-Manini from what I'm used to.
So 5 of the 6 bowlers on lanes 5 and 6 are in the top 10, at least after 4 games.
I think this may be a good game for Gebauer if he can keep the next two frames going and gain some momentum on this lane where he can gain some pins. See, and right
Came
there,
up light again.
But the thing is, Manini didn't get that ball right. It's like it created a puddle inside that 10 board marker.
In between 10 and 15 in there.
If he gets it right and gets the friction,
yeah,
because where we saw Caden Cook on 6 get the ball to that spot and get it to face up, there you go. And then it doesn't. Oh,
almost missed it.
So now he's okay. I'm thinking ball change. We're too blendy. But I'm not going to tell Manini that. It's just I'm looking at it. If I'm throwing the ball and I see that,
It's telling you something.
Yeah. I may get something more mid lane and slow down and let the ball feed it a little bit sooner to get away from
straight up and in from Rick Gebauer.
And that's what I mean.
Right down 10
he's
and
straighter.
up and in. Yep.
If he can keep that line and catch that little friction spot, he can get it to face up. And because Rick Gebauer's never been the kind of guy that's worried about the last 15, last 10 feet on angle.
No.
His ball is going to face up, and that's just what it's going to do.
A lot better shot there from Brian.
See what Ryan Burke and
didn't
Caden
quite finish. Again, a soft 10. Just a little late. We're seeing
and
that
Ryan
a lot.
was playing really deep. He's moved. Looks like he's moved right a little bit.
Wow.
I think that's a good. That's where he
Not
needs
sure
to
if
be.
he wanted to throw it there, but
I think that's the line. And Caden's still trying to blend it a little bit. Are we having fun, Brian?
You guys would have had a lot more fun video than 3 and 4.
We were watching. Hey,
It catches
the camera catches it. We saw it. We saw your 9 spare expedition over there, or exited.
Oh, it was a trip.
So now what I'm looking at between watching Rick Manini, watching Burke, and watching Caden Cook is that Shiny's not going to do it because all 4 of them are throwing something a little bit of surface, getting it to blend and to face up. Unless you're going to throw Shine and throw it right of 10.
That was never going to make it there.
And people, and it's interesting when you go to a tournament and it's going to be like 7-8 games, and you bring like 9 balls, and then people go, well, what are you bringing that many for? It's just a house shot. Yeah, and look how many games you're bowling.
It's been a while since I have stood in front of some lanes just watching what's happened over the course of 4 or 5 games, and it really is interesting how you can
watch it back here.
You
to
see
compare
the
to what
trends.
you see.
You can see it happen.
Yeah.
And so for some of these bowlers that are down on, at the end, coming on down to us, be ready for it. That we can kind of see it coming.
Now see, Ryan got that one right of 10, where he caught some more friction and the ball just
Came
shred
back
off
harder.
of it. Now Manini
never.
and that's what happened. Manini got to 10, where that puddle was, and it started to go and it stopped.
It shook
where
a little bit. And
with
then
his hand, if he gets a little bit right with that blend, it's going to feed it back a little bit. And, like we're watching, we know it's going to get to a spot. We're watching what the reaction is at the spot down lane.
Yeah, he almost did not pick this up.
Now
that came
Now
cross.
see that one, he got to 8-9, and it went left, and he damn near chopped it off. When beforehand he hit 10-11.
He was so light, he almost didn't make it to the 2-8.
Right. And when you can, like you said, when you can sit back here and just literally specifically watch to what it does, now hopefully people will understand that's what the tour reps do. That's what the ball reps do. They know what the ball is going to do here. They're watching what the reaction is down there, and they're letting the bowlers know, because a lot of times you're not going to see the angle.
Got away
And,
with
and
it.
what does Rick do?
Yep.
Just-
Straight up and in, and that had a hard time making it.
And what did I talk about with Jesse, with Sam Zeblin, and you got Rick Bauer when they start getting
Games 4,
stupid,
5,
stupid
6, 7.
crazy,
Yep.
a little bit less hands sometimes.
Hey,
is a
I'm
little
right
bit
in
better.
with them. That's where they're playing my game now.
We'll throw the Alan Van Zandt in there.
Sure enough.
And then when Brian hits the pocket, he goes ring 10.
Yeah.
Okay, not only are you, it's one thing to battle reaction down lane. It's another thing to battle reaction down lane, and then
the
when you
carry.
get to it, you don't
Yeah.
carry.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, that's a solid 9.
and that's kind of what it looks like they're getting Cliffy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with Ryan getting that ball a bit
Oh,
further right.
Right.
He got that one further right than what he did the last one on the 4-pin, and he tweaked it, and he got that one a little bit further right, and that thing just jumped off. If you remember, the last time he was over here, he thought he didn't throw it well, and it stayed in, and it blended right to the pocket. So then next time he gets on the left lane, and he throws it right, and he hits the friction, and it just screams on him.
Here comes Bauer again. Boom. Oh, no.
Oh, that's not even fair.
Not fair after a 5-bagger.
That's not even.
I didn't think he threw it hard enough to leave a solid 9 like that.
That's
Enough hand in it.
Good Lord. Where's Ernie Schlegel dancing around when you need him? Can you believe after all this time and Randy Peterson is still famous for that 8-pin?
Yes.
Golly.
I saw that on my algorithm. Showed me that not too long ago.
I bowled with him not too long after that when I lived in Wichita, and they had the tourist stop in Wichita. I looked at him. I go, I just looked at it. I'm not going to be like everyone else going to ask about it. He looks at me and goes, thank you. Because every time every time he's bowling a pro-am,
Everyone.
people ask him about it. You can't get away from it. But right now, Gebauer, you know, if he punches out, he's going 68.
Yep.
And that's
58. 90, 20,
Yeah.
50. But
Yeah,
still,
58.
after a 150
and
game,
you're getting
he'll take the
58 on
250.
5 and 6.
Yes.
That's gargantuan.
So Shannon Staples doing pretty well on this same
Now
pair
what
as well.
flush?
Oh.
Jeez. But you saw the difference. Last time over there, he got it to
It was
10,
light.
11, didn't
Yep.
do anything. And then on the spare shot, he got it to like 8,
Zipped
9,
up a
and it
little
came
bit.
back. So then he pitched it just a pinch more, and he goes 4-pin. That's where that cliff's getting. It's getting
Very
really
narrow range of
Yeah.
throwing the shot.
The other thing that's kind of interesting that I would like.
Oh. That one took off on Ryan.
Yeah. It's like trying to be more aggressive with it, and I think that's the bad way to go, just from what I'm watching. Because right now, if you just take a look at the first 3 pairs of who's bowling well, the guy with the less amount of hand.
The harder you're throwing it, the harder it's come back,
Yeah.
and the less you control it, and crazy time. We saw, Lori brings us the latest
got-
total saying
she-
some big changes, and
she,
you're right.
She says big change.
Well, just looking at the field average for
Wow.
it went way down from starting at 225, 227 the first couple games, now down to a 211 for the field after that, or just for that 5th game, and the jumbling at the top. A lot of the same names
Now
there,
here's what's interesting.
oh, yeah.
You got Caden Cook who shoots 198. He drops from second only to third.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Andy
you have
Weiss.
Brian Manini shoots 188.
Well,
and
you
he
look at the top 8, and you see only a 279, Davey Campbell moving to the top, but then there's a 247 and a 237. Other than that,
And then look who's in 14th coming up
yep.
after a 230, Rick Gebauer.
So running down the top 8, Davey Campbell has moved into first. He's at plus 259 after 4 games. That's right. 5 games, I'm sorry. And then TJ Pieper-Gertis in second, Caden Cook in third.
And Caden Cook's going to 290s if he sheets off. So he's
He's found it again.
Well, and he's getting off 3, 4, 5, 6 because if you take a look,
That's right.
his 3, 4, 5, 6 was 0598.
Yep. Dakota Kessler is in 5th currently at an even plus 200. Brian Manini, even with his 188, stays in 6th. Trevor Pieper-Gertis in 7th.
Oh, Caden Cook backdoor trips the 4-pin.
And Dave Goodale, who started on our side down here, has moved right, and he has moved up the ladder a little bit. He is in 8th right now at the cut. The cut after 5 games is at plus 173.
So I think what we need to do, because we're going to have game 6, on game 7, have you start kind of following some of these other ones that are going to be on the far end.
I can wander down.
And then kind of check them when it gets to the end.
I'm looking for one sheet where I wrote 255 down.
Oh, you're trying to find that 255
I am
sheet?
trying to find that 255.
I will verify you did say that because I saw the sheet.
Because after the cut after 4 is at 173. If you doubled that, it'd be at 246.
It's coming back.
I might have been too high. I originally said 235, but then bumped it up a little bit. It's there somewhere. I had a 255 and a circle around it. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's somewhere. But we got a long ways to go yet.
I'll verify. I saw it.
We got a long ways to go. I don't know. I had a big old circle around it. But Caden has righted the ship for sure. So wrapping up game 6 of 8 now. There it is.
So yeah, this is going to get interesting.
It is. And I guess just if we look at the cut after 5, if we look at who's just right off the cut.
Oh.
Dave Goodale was in 8th at 1173. Then there's a 13-pin difference to Trey Myers in 9th. Brody Johansson, who had been in the top 8 for quite a while, dropped to 10th.
I wish there was a way. I wish there was a way to an easier way just to take a picture and post it. It's kind of hard to. So real quick, just take a look at the top 10. David Campbell is at 1259, so he is at 259 over. At 228, being 31 pins under, is TJ
Pieper-Gertis.
Caden Cook is at 1219. He's sitting in 3rd. Andrew Weiss at 1217. At 1200 is Dakota Kessler. Brian Manini at 6th at 1194. Trevor
Pieper-Gertis.
God, that's when you got to try to get used to. Is at 1178, and at the cut at 8th is David Goodale at 1173,
averaging 235 a game.
So to say, and just coming down, Trey Myers at 1160 in 9th, Brody Johansson.
Several of these right off the pace we haven't seen
right
in front of us yet.
Which is going to be interesting.
Which will make it tougher on them.
Ryan Burks at 11th at 1150. Zach Swihart is 1123. Melvin
Shane Spear
is 13th at 1118. Tied at 1118 is Rick Gebauer, and Rick just goes 257. So that's going to climb him a lot. Jeremy Spears in 15th at 1111. So I got to think with the cut being 1173, and this is game 6. I got to say like 1109 with Shannon Staples. Ryan Brown maybe if he can get a big game, but we're looking at 65 pin difference basically. 73 to 1109, so that's going to be 64. 64, and then I would say that's got to be the cut, because then you go to Ryan Brown, as he's at 1087, so he's already 13 Yeah, 1320. So maybe
Well, you're going to have to pick up 20 pins on the top.
on
8
the
each
outside
game.
that need 2 huge games is Ryan Brown, Timothy Leach, and Dalton Cook. They're 1180 or 1087, 1085, and 1080.
Well, they need to pick up 90 pins.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. They're
Yeah.
the ones that are outside looking in to have a shot.
right. Much below that, it gets a little tough. If we're only looking at 3 games yet, unless you really rip a couple off.
And I think Ryan Brown is probably going to be out after this. If he sheets, he's only going to go 205.
Yeah, that's. gonna be
And
tough,
I would
then a
think,
split
and I
there.
would think Ryan Brown would be one
Boy.
that would be able to combat kind of the iffy condition on these next 2 pairs with his up and in
He's
game.
a lot like Manini in a lot of ways, hard and straight.
Yeah.
When he really.
But the scores over
Gets
there
going.
just aren't anything to look at. Then you get Trevor.
Left a bucket.
So if he spares and cheats,
220. Well, he's already
Yeah.
filling, so he's in the
he's in
220s.
the 220. So that'll hold him for a little bit. And then you go teens, so 240, 47 for Caden Cook. And Ryan Burks, if he sheets, he's going to 204, so that's not going
That's
to
going to
help.
be tough for him. He was 3
that's-
off.
That's not going to help
3
his
places
cause
off.
any. And trying to slide that in
There's
there.
game 5. We'll put 5 on the top.
Yeah.
And so my over-under on 300 games
your
is
255's coming
well,
in?
that's getting good, but the over/under on 300 games is not looking
No,
very good right now.
you were going the
We've
one
had
and a half.
1 290. Ryan Manini had a spare and then 11 in a row.
And right now the way it's looking, it's not looking good because
No.
of the way the scores are.
No, only going down, but there's been a 290, a 280,
79.
79, 77, and 70. Those are the top games for each game so far.
So a couple more for Caden Cook's going to put him at 247. I really think Ryan Burks needs to ball down and get right and just find a friction spot. There's enough head oil to get through it.
Wow. Yeah. Got a little break there.
I may have to see if Caden wants to go bowl the over under 50 in Lee Summit.
Yes. He was looking for an oldster not too long ago.
I may have his guy because I can't bowl the Lee Summit because I haven't bowled the 4.
Oh,
I haven't bowled at least 4 because just scheduling and being sick a couple times, and I wasn't able to bowl it at Leavenworth.
and another.
Well, he just throws stuff
10
around,
pin.
doesn't he?
So he ends up with a 247 that game, which will, again, right his ship after 2 games that were not so good.
Problem is, I'm trying to save money for Baton Rouge because I leave for Baton Rouge that Tuesday.
Too many choices. You got to make some priorities here.
Man, do I want to bowl? I mean, I'd like
You
to
always
bowl.
want to bowl.
Always want to bowl, but I'm looking at.
Pesky details. All right, so we are in a transition right
And
now.
I almost need to because I'm not going to be able to bowl Sunday
Yeah,
because I'll be broadcasting.
going to be right back here.
Well, no.
I'm sorry, that
for-
other Sunday.
Yeah, for the end of the month. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to talk to him. Say, hey. Well, let's take a quick break real quick. We'll look around, get some other scores.
Yeah, we've just
and we'll
finished
get
up
an
Game 6.
Update, and we'll be back in a little bit with the last 2 games of the 2025 St. Joe USBC Masters. I'm Ryan Ragland with Alan Van Zant, and we will be back in a few minutes. Ryan Ragland and Alan Van Zant back with you at the 2025 USBC St. Joe Masters here at Belt Entertainment in St. Joe, Missouri. And our
Game 7 of 8.
Our conversation of
the politics of college sports.
Portal and NIL. They both suck and need to be regulated. That's all I'm going to say.
Change the game both in football
my
and
God.
basketball.
I haven't even.
Wow.
I told Alan, I said the only game I've watched was KU's, and I haven't watched any other thing of the tournament just for the simple fact because there's no sleepers, there's no Cinderellas. That was
not at all this year. The question is that a one-off or is it the trend, and that because of NIL and the portal and everything?
We don't have the Loyola Chicago. We don't have the Wichita States. We don't have the early Gonzagas when they came
Heard
in.
a stat the other day of the Final Four teams, if you go back to pre-COVID, the year before, the number of transfers on a team, the year before COVID was, I want to say, 2. And of the starting 5 of each of the Final Four teams, there were 2 of the 20 that were transfers in. Otherwise, the other 18 had started out with their team that they were on for the 4 years, 3 years, whatever it is. But just with the transfer portal now, NIL, of these Final Four teams, it's like half of them did not start with their school that they're at now.
Well,
which sounded a little bit low to me. I thought it'd be even more.
And we talked about Indiana, who
they got nobody left.
Every person on their team is, I believe, it's leaving because of the portal or graduation.
Well, they lost their coach too. Woodson was their coach.
And I always said, if a coach leaves, then a student should have the option. You know,
which they sure do now.
Oh yeah, the coach doesn't even have to leave. But I mean, you know, like you have a recruiting class that's already coming in, and X amount of days or weeks or whatever before the season starts or practice can start or whatever, and that coach is all of a sudden gone. He can just jump bail,
right?
And then now the players are screwed with whoever they get. And in that situation, to me, it was like, okay, this isn't what I signed up for. I should be able to do this.
That makes sense that they should be able to go somewhere else.
But now they're doing it because of money.
It's all money.
And Wichita State, and I'd have to look it up. Channel 12, KWCH TV, you can look it up on their Facebook. Put a deal up that Wichita State was requesting more money from alumni for NIL money.
Well, that's why part of the reason why Texas Tech was so good this year is I understand that they had the highest NIL in the country this year. West Texas.
So we have this going on now. Does Reggie Bush get his Heisman back?
Well, it's a different world now. Yeah, no. Yeah, he should. I mean, they were ahead of their time.
Johnny Manziel did an interview with Shannon Sharp. He was making buku money. Can you imagine what he would be doing
if
in
it's
this
not
now?
under the table now? Yeah.
Holy moly!
Yeah.
Okay, we're off our.
Oh, we got bowling going on here. We were in Game 7.
We got on a couple rants here today.
We did. Well, we got a lot of time here to fill. But here in front of us on 5 and 6 now, Ryan Brown. We talked about him earlier. Dennis Sherlock, Ricky Snipes, I see. And we are waiting for the Game 6 results. They should be coming about any minute.
Those are going to be interesting.
It will.
This is when it gets fun.
And we'll see what happens here with the field average that has gone down as we expected it to, if it's going to go down any more. But again, running down the top 8 in the pole position right now, Davey Campbell. He is at plus 259 after 5. And again, we're waiting for the 6th game results. TJ Papergertis in 2nd, Caden Cook in 3rd.
I think
a lot of the usual suspects at the top.
I think Barrett's going to be the big climb because we were talking to him,
right?
And, because he goes 230 on 3 and 4 and 250 on 5 and 6. How
Making
huge
it up
is
on
that
the field.
just on that pair?
What gets him is the 150 he had on one of the higher scoring pairs right before coming down here, but
that one game.
That one game,
so
right?
Now he's making
and you
it up
can
in
recover
2.
from that. Now
and they're 2 big games.
And so we had Andy Weiss in fourth, Dakota Kessler in fifth, Brian Manini still holding on in sixth. That was after his 188, the sixth game. Trevor Pieper Gertis in seventh, and Dave Goodale at eighth, which is at the cut line at 1 plus 173 after 5 games, an average of 235 a game to make the cut at this point. But again, 2 more games to go. And the field average per game has gone down, as we said, starting at 225 and 227 for the first 2 games. Bowler's hot, but dropping to 212 for game 3. A little bit of a bump in game 4 to 217, but the lowest of the day in game 5 at 211.
I'm going to have to get with, since you're bailing out as soon as we get done, I'm going to have to get with Samuel and Jesse and
right.
Get with Brandon and some of the guys. I'm going to have them take me out to another place to eat.
I know. I'd like to go with you, yeah.
When we went to, we bowled at Gage Bowl in Topeka for the Northwest Missouri tournament. I took them to Bobo's in Topeka.
Mm-hmm.
Old-fashioned smash burger.
Oh, those are good.
And if you can find it online.
Bobo's?
Yeah, Gary Fieri did one of his diners, drive-ins, and dives from there. And I found out recently that the old gal she's still up and going. I don't know if she's still making them. Holy moly, Ryan Burks just about left the 5-7-10.
Oh, no.
And he left a pulverizing 5-pin spinning.
There it is on lane 10.
Holy moly.
Just at the very end of the right side of the screen.
Well, let me go back here. Let me see if let's see if I can I'm trying to see if I can let's see.
You're talking about Ryan Brown and his up and in. It served him well here so far in Game 7 on this tougher pair 5 and 6.
Should be coming up pretty close up here. I'm trying to. That's maybe gone. Anyway, sorry about that.
Well, no, you're talking about Ryan Brown's up and in that he throws, and this style should serve him pretty well.
Should help him pretty well in this pair.
Well, he's doing okay on 5 and 6. You're right. He started spare, but then 4 in a row. And here we go with some results after Game 6. Davey Campbell has moved up to the top.
And it kind of helps when you go 79, 76 back-to-back.
That does. Well, and even before that, 68. So his last 3 games has been an 800. Caden Cook in second. He is at plus 266. And I guess we should mention Davey. He's 70 pins up now.
820.
Of the field.
Almost 830.
He's at 335 right now, plus 335. Caden in second at plus 266. Dakota Kessler at plus 246. 20 pins behind. Then you go to TJ Pieper Gertis in fourth at plus 229. Dave Goodale up a few spots. He had a 253 in Game 6, so he's at plus 226. And then Andy Weiss in sixth at plus 211. Brian Manini in seventh at 209. And Trevor Pieper Gertis hanging in there in eighth at plus 206. The curious thing, the average score went up a little bit in Game 6, up to 216 for the average score for the field.
One thing I'm kind of curious on, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, the number is sub 200s per game. There were quite a bit in Game 5. A dozen. Now counting them up in Game 6, looks to be a little fewer.
10. So the average goes up 5 pins with 2 less sub 200 games. And the average of the field is still going down to 218.
218.
Well, that tied up from the last one.
We're getting enough games in now that less variance.
Starting to average out a little bit.
So to make tomorrow's top 8 right now is 206.
Yeah, 55 is looking good.
An average of 234 a game.
That 255 is looking good, Alan.
That'd be scary.
And you were calling that after the first game.
Before the first game.
Wow.
I was. Just knowing the quality of bowlers that there are here and what it has generally taken to make the second day.
Wow. Manini, I'll tell you what, Manini is just hitting the pocket hard.
He's talking to himself.
Oh, yes.
Just a little bit, Gebauer says.
If you could rent a dime-sized space in his head just to hear what he's thinking, you'd get a quarter's worth. You're a quarter off, Rick. You're 25 out.
Yep. In 11th right now. And that's after 237, 257, recovering from a 157.
That's good recovery.
That's a really good recovery to even have to be in that position after a 157.
So hopefully the plan is for tomorrow, if I can get early enough to get it set up. If not, then we're going to be toast on
right.
4 on 2 pairs. I have a cord with me. Hopefully it's long enough that I can get these 2 pairs and then cover 8, 9, 10, 11 or cover 9, 10, 11, 12 and be able to switch back and forth.
Oh, with a switcher.
Well, I would just do it through here.
Sure.
Same thing. Yeah,
But
I would
still have the
I would like to have
opportunity
that, but
follow a little bit.
yeah, I can transition back and forth, which would be nice.
Right.
Now
Knowing what's going on with.
Now the downside is you would only be able to see the scores as you see them now. But
we just have to keep people updated a little better.
that we will.
Now we've got we're wrapping up game 7, and it looks like 258 possibly for Shannon Staples. Now he was just off the pace. He's in 14th.
That wouldn't hurt him none.
No, not at all. He was when you get up there, it's about 90 pins off the cut line right now. So
okay.
That's starting to get a bit.
And he's on the
climb.
He's on the tough 2 pairs. And Rickenbauer, he's going to go 204 on the strike, so that's not going to help him.
That's not going to help at all.
Yeah.
With one game to go after this one. When you start to look at people with the chance of crawling into it that are right now on the outside looking in, you're really going down to about 12th or 13th place. But how's Ryan doing? Ryan's in 13th place, about 70 out.
Not good.
So that's not going to help at all. So we're starting to look at about.
Yeah, if he sheets 6, he's going to go 27 if he sheets.
Things are spread out about enough. You're probably looking at 10 bowlers fighting for the 8 spots for tomorrow or so. Anything under 10, and you've got a big hill to climb with just a couple games to go.
It's kind of amazing how it just kind of starts separating itself when you get to the end of it.
Well, and just again, while we might be looking at only 10 or so that can qualify for tomorrow, that any of 20 to 25 would have a feasible chance of winning this. It's just if you have it or if you don't have it. If you have the right equipment for the day.
I'm actually surprised we're getting done this quick.
It is.
If I knew we were going to get done this quick, I might not have gotten a hotel room. I might have drove back to Ottawa, but then again,
you're going to have to eat a lot of pizza this afternoon.
Well, but then again, at the same time, I got up at my normal time that I get up for work, so I don't feel like I'm getting a day off.
Right.
But I can go to the hotel and I can just crash out.
I'll just brag a little bit. I live less than 5 minutes away, so it was.
Yeah, I gave
pretty easy pickings getting over here.
Yeah, I got here and I said, "Hey, Joey, where you at?" He goes, "I'll be there in about 5 minutes." I said, "You got 3." And then Jesse tells me, "Well, he lives down the street around the corner. He's not far." And I'm like, "Jeez."
So a lot of the lanes are finishing up game 7 now.
If you want, you can go kind of.
Let me peek.
Kind of check out a few, and
Let's see what we got.
I'll write a
I'll take this
Go ahead.
scoring sheet here, and just going down to 9 and 10, Ryan Burks is wrapping up with a spare there in the 9th. He's got 157 in the 8th, so that's not going to help him at all. Looking a little further down, 170, 204. So scores are not good here, but coming down here at 237. Dustin Adams going to finish up with a 180 or 90. No, he comes up light, so he'll be in the 180s. So he's not happy about that. We do have Dave Gooddale. That's in his 10th frame. I think he's waiting for a reset of a pin, but he's going to have a 200. Not much better than that. And coming on down here, the scores are definitely higher down here. A lot more strikes, a lot more strings. And so this is game 7, and we'll see how they wrap up here. It's kind of hard to match up scores with names unless they're actually bowling at the time. But we're wrapping up game 7. So scores are higher down there. We'll just see who has what score when we finally get the results.
Too bad we can't be like have Bowl TV and have Lane Talk as a sponsor. We can just flip over and see who has what. But I'll tell you what, those guys on Bowl TV they have like the funnest job, because
that would be pretty cool.
Because when it gets to the end of the qualifying everything, and they're talking about dead numbers and here and there and who's doing what, that gets fun, and watching how it lays out, because it's always so close, and it's amazing how you get through so many games and it still comes down to the end.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
Just a spare here.
And your pins, your pins, your spares, and if you just make your makeables.
That's what's going to happen here, at least as we get into game 8, that it's going to be only about 20 pins or so, probably in that range between 8th place, which is the cutoff, down to about 10th or so. So it's going to be 3 or 4 bowlers fighting for those last couple spots into tomorrow's match play. And as we finish up game 7, we'll get a clear.
Caden Cook just missed the 369.
Yep.
But that was at the end of the, and he just went buck 90.
Wow. Yep.
That's gonna.
The thing is, that's not going to hurt him too much.
No,
as he had a lot of wiggle room coming in at second place after.
Well, if you take a look at 8, is 1406, and he's only 60 pins up. And we saw what happened when he went 205.
Yep.
And got rounded. So, he can't be having another one of those. Because it's either been feast or famine. 260, 270, 280, 240, and if he doesn't shoot anything like that, it's 20, 190, 190.
He's still living off his first 3 games when he had an 816.
So
it will be very curious to get these results after game 7 to see how some of these just off the pace have finished game 7. We know Rich Gebauer did not do well. He was in 11th. Ryan Burks did not do that great. He was in 13th. Do we know how Brian wrapped up game 7?
So 265. So the other stat is, what did I say, he shot 190, 195? So if Caden Cook shoots 240 or better, he averages 265. When he doesn't, he's averaging 193.
A little bit of a difference there. A little bit.
I've had tournaments like that going.
All or nothing.
Really? Thank you.
Now, Davey Campbell, who was in first after 6 games, he on 3 and 4, the infamous 3 and 4 for game 7, and he just wrapped up with a 207. And if you look at 3 and 4, that's where there's the little bump with 5 bowlers instead of 4. There's 1 238 game, but otherwise 189, 207, maybe a 200, and there's one 238. So for the most part, 3 and 4 living up to its reputation. And again, this is at the end of Game 7. We got one more to go. One more game to go today. And then the top 8 coming back tomorrow.
Okay.
And let's mention the sponsors.
Yeah, go
again.
ahead.
We've got Lisa Findlay, of course, who you are speaking so fondly of. Who's
She's
taking care
all
of you. Who's bowling in Cape Girardeau as we speak at Women's State. Matt's Truck and Trailer Repair. Ryan's Farms. Victory Chevrolet. FS Transport. And also Drew's Pro Shop helping sponsor the tournament today.
So what we need to do is we need to figure out or find out who's on what pair now. I think Brandon started on 3 and 4. So I was trying to catch
who's coming down here for the last game.
Yeah, because the interesting spot, especially
and
after
5 and 6
after
has been
game
no
7.
picnic.
It's getting better. Actually, Ryan Brown goes 240.
Well,
which
that's
is
straight
kinda,
up and in that you're talking about.
And it's, that straighter is greater. And if you could just find that front
Gebauer
part.
did just as well when he was here.
Yeah, and just find that front part to let it lay up and roll up.
If they could bowl 8 games on 5 and 6, they'd be right up there.
Kind of nice how they have the banners of the
I noticed that, and that's new in the last couple of years. That's really a fun addition to the tournament. And seeing the past champions that there have been who are bowling here today.
So I'm trying to talk them in because I'm trying to make it easy for the setup for the match play. They were going to want to end up on fresh.
Mm-hmm.
For the five-man step ladder.
Okay, yep.
And I joked him. I said by the end of the whole deal, I said, tell me the championship match that's ever been on fresh. To me, I say you leave them alone. That's just me. I'm not bowling it, so I can't say anything. But trying to figure out where, because they were wanting to do something, and I'm like, well, now I got to move everything over. Because my cords are only to a certain point.
We'll talk about it some
length.
tomorrow, but I'll ask you, would you prefer going into step ladder, being at the top seed, or maybe being second so that you have 2 games to if you bowl that first game
second seed.
Yeah, have second seed, bowl that first game, win that.
But at the same time, you got to look at it. If you're second seed and you don't bowl well, now you're done. 3.
Then you drop. Yeah.
But okay, I'll put it this way: I would rather
if you want to win.
I would rather be in the previous match to win to have an idea what the lanes are doing.
Exactly.
We'll put it that way. Whether I'm 3 or 4 seed doesn't matter. As long as I'm in the semifinal match, it's kind of like when you're in Daytona. Do you want to be leading or do you want to be the car behind you?
Right, drafting to the final.
Indianapolis 5. You know what? It was like a couple years ago, and I'm screaming at the TV, and it's like 3 laps left, and the guy, the drafting at Indy is incredible. And the guy passes him coming out of turn 4 with 2 to go. I'm like, dude, you're
a little early.
You're a lap and a half early.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it then.
No.
In fact, I don't even know if you want to do it on the backstretch because the guy is going to come
back up.
I'm like, what happens? The guy in first and he goes, oh, go ahead.
I'll let you have this for now.
Yeah. And what happens? Coming down, getting into turn 3,
it back.
Goes right back by him and wins. I wish I could remember the guy's name. I think he won back-to-back is what he did. And I'm like, I won last year. I'll let you go ahead and do it again.
This year. Yep.
And don't even get me going on a NASCAR tangent. Good Lord, can you screw a sport up any more than that?
It's sad to see what has happened over the past 10 years, 10 years or even more to NASCAR. Back in the day when you'd go to an event.
We're bolt-together cars now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dale Earnhardt's going, what are
What
you
happened?
doing? Yes, we have opinions on many things.
It's all sports.
It's yeah.
We've kept it to sports.
And if you have your opinion, you can bring it down on the chat room. We'll we'll even talk barbecue if you want to.
I'd be up for that as well.
Slaps Barbecue and KCK, my favorite.
Really, I've not been there.
Oh, cheesy potato casserole, the hush puppies, their beans, their you name it.
It's getting about lunchtime.
Oh, it is lunchtime.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm usually up about this time. It's way past lunchtime. I drive a truck around Kansas City hauling rock and dirt and everything, or rock and sand at constructions and concrete companies. It's about 10:30. I'm stopping someplace to grab me a bite to eat before the rush hits.
You're
'cause
ready.
I've already been
Yep.
up long enough. So now let's see. Trying to see who.
Got Davey Campbell right in front of us here, who is leading after 6 games. Again, we're waiting for the 7th game update.
Now, see the one on 6?
Davey Campbell's right here.
Okay.
And I believe he is about the only one of these 5. Well, there's no TJ Pieper-Gertis.
Yeah, because Campbell was the one that started the 242.60 that we were talking about.
Right.
So he just kept going.
Really has plus 3,
Was that
30,
8?
averaging 256 after 6 games.
I think 68, that's 40, 47.
Well, he's got an 800 the past 3.
Is like 820,
Yeah.
830 something.
And then in second place, Caden Cook had an 816 for
And
his
he can't
front
figure
3.
out what game he's going to throw.
Front 3. And but his front 3 and Davey's back 3 were about on the same 3 pairs.
So we got Dakota on 11 and 12. Here. And Campbell's on 5 and 6.
He's come up light a couple of times but gotten away with
If
it.
you want, you can find these guys and
Yeah.
just
Well, TJ's right in front of us here.
find out what lanes are on. Basically for my benefit, so I know where
Sure.
to look.
I'll do some scouting here.
Makes it easier when you have someone that actually knows the people that are bowling in it. So I appreciate Alan for joining and helping out. And we will have the round robin match play tomorrow. I believe it'll start at 9 again, and hopefully things will work out where we can get set up to cover all 8 lanes. And then after the round robin, we'll have the 5-game match play. And we'll crown this year's USBC St. Joe or St. Joe. I don't know if I guess everyone calls St. Joe. I've always called St. Joe, but technically the St. Joeseph Masters champion. And taking a look over to see what Caden Cook has gone 9 spare, 9 spare. And Dave Campbell has gone open 9 spare, 9 spare. But there was a pretty substantial gap, averaging 250 for David Campbell. So we'll have to see what happens when they bring the game 6 total. Or the game 7, excuse me, as this is the final game. Oh, the pulverizing 5-pin again. Everybody loves those. Kind of the side joke when bowling league back in the day was someone asking if you go back and eat your Wheaties so you can carry the 5-pin. And looking at Rick Bauer as he's not throwing the big game that he's needing now. as he trips the 4-pin. If he goes sheet, he's only going to go 230, so that's not going to do anything for him. That buck 50 is really, that he shot about 4 games ago, is really going to hurt him. Even if you can just give him those back. And Cook with the trip. And David's looked like David just pretty much staying inside. He's not messing with that outside too much. As we were talking about, they were kind of getting cliffy, and if you're going to get to the outside, you need to get something that's going to make the corner, but freeze it up enough and not, keep that continuation going. And then Ryan Brown just goes 4-9. Waiting for Alan to come back, find out who's where and everything. In fact, I don't even see him anywhere. That's after 5.
No, it's after 5. You need an updated one. No, he took. Alan took the updated one.
He took 6 and waiting on 7 to come out. Yeah, you can tell getting the ball down lane is really, you're looking for that proper reaction down lane, and it is so tight down lane. Yeah, you can get it right and get to that spot and back to the pocket, but you've got to, you're that happy medium, getting the ball to keep going, but not, I want to say, over rotating. I was trying to see what David Campbell's throwing. I have a tension star, I believe. No, that might be the Equinox. Looks like Alan's on his way back. I finally see him. And this is where it gets interesting. So what'd you find out for us?
Well, we've got the results after Game 7. And it's getting very interesting right at about the cut line. The cut line after 7 games is plus 221. And that is Trevor Piepergertis. In 7th, Brian Manini. Just 1 pin up at plus 222. Then it goes to David Goodale in 6th at 234. Dakota Kessler, 235. And then Caden Cook and Andy Weiss at 256.
Caden Cook's in trouble.
A little bit. Well, 256 up above. It's got 30-pin cushion.
Got to find out what Trevor's doing.
What we've got now, right off the cut line, you've got about 1, 2, 3, or 4 bowlers who could, with a good game, get into it. You've got Shane Spear, Brody Johansson, Rich Gebauer, and Shannon Staples, who are 9, 10, 11, and 12, and they are just a little bit off the pace to make the cut for tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
I would say 1,600's about the line.
Yeah, and that gets you to 10th. So you're looking at about 3 or 4 bowlers for those last couple of spots.
Yeah, you got Shannon maybe, because being 5
He
pins,
needs to rip it off. He had a 257 in Game 7, so if he keeps that up.
He's going to have to. But looking at Caden Cook down there, he's going spare, open double. And I think he just struck again, so he's got a 3-bagger working. So
He'll need every bit of it here.
Yeah. And you found out where everyone is.
I did, most of them.
Most of them.
As I was scanning down the lanes. But yeah, you're looking at about 3 or 4 bowlers for those.
Well, they
last
just got
couple of
done on 9
spots.
and 10.
And there's a 258.
I'm not sure which one Johansson is. You go ahead and find out if you want to on, because also you have Manini down there too on 9 and 10. So that'll be interesting to find out what they shot, because Brody Johansson at 1600 and the cut is at 21, so he is 21 down. So if he shot the 58 that's on the screen, that's going to be pretty good. And also Manini, actually I think Manini may have shot the 45. So Alan's back to give us the update.
Couple of them that wrapped up. Rick Gebauer had a 223 the last game.
So that's going to put him.
Brody had a 203.
Okay, hold on real quick. Brody Johansson had a 203.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he was.
Manini locked himself in with a 258 the last game, so he'll definitely make it.
Okay, so he's. So Jensen shot. What did he say Johnson shot?
Who?
Brody Johnson?
He had a 203.
Oh, he did? I thought he had. He was on 9 and 10.
Yeah, he had the 203.
Oh, the 203.
Gebauer had the 223.
Okay, so he's sitting 203 over. And Manini had the
258. So he's comfortably
58,
in.
so he's going to be 70. He's actually going to be 260.
And Shannon Staples had a 245 the last game. He was down a couple of spots, but that will help get him close. Yes.
That's going to put him That's going to 217 unofficially. You said 243?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's going to be at 217.
So a couple of them are finishing up here.
What did Rick shoot?
Rick had a 223.
All right, so that's going to put him one. That's going to put him 202. So he's a stick behind there.
202 probably isn't going to make it.
So your 55 is looking
pretty close.
Pretty close right there.
I said 35 originally, then
Yeah.
bumped it up to 55.
So who else do we have over here? So Brady's out. Is out. Trevor. Dakota Kessler. Where's he at?
I did not see where he was. And we have not had one 300 today.
No.
And it's not going to happen today.
And Caden Cook just opened. So he's going to 218 if he shoots out. So if he goes 218, possible 274.
That should be comfortable.
That's if. So if he doesn't, he could get rounded. Let me grab this real quick. Hold on.
You bet. Well, regardless, it's going to be close for that cut line as we get down to it here. The cut line, Trevor Pieper-Gertis was at 1621 at plus 221. And then Shane Spear was just 8 pins behind him in 9th place. Brody Johansson was in 10th at an even 200, but he did not have a great last game, 203, so he will not make tomorrow's cut. Richard Gebauer is at plus 202 with the final score. And so we're looking at Possibly Shannon Staples being able to move up a couple of spots. I have not seen Shane Spear for his last game. He was 8 pins out of the cut line. And then a lot of it will depend on what Trevor and, well, we saw Brian Manini with his, he's okay now. He had a 250 game, so he will easily make it. So right for the cut line is going to be Trevor, Shane Spear, and Dave Goodale, quite probably. That will be right at the cut line with Davey Campbell comfortably in, TJ Pieper-Gertis will be in, Andy Weiss will be in, and Caden Cook.
Trevor's up to bowl right now.
And he's
in the 9th frame. And looks like 7. He can go 230 if he sheets.
Actually, Trevor is bowler A on that, and he's at 197 in the 8th with a double.
Oh, I'm
in the
sorry.
10th, so he's going to be in the 250s. So he's going to be fine, and that's Trevor. So being on the cut line, coming in at 8th, he's going to make it. He's going to have a 257 with a strike.
Okay.
So making it harder for any of them behind him
to
move
make it,
in.
to make
so
a turn.
it will be where Dave Goodale.
Where was Melvin? Did you see where Melvin was?
I did not see how he was doing, no. But where was Caden at last check?
Caden's on that pair on 11
Okay.
and 12. So, yep, 257. So that's going to be 278. So that's going to move him around Manini. Yeah, I don't think anyone. I think the top 8 is already set.
It's looking pretty much, yeah.
Pretty.
Those who were
set.
just off the pace did not really do much the last game to jump in.
Yeah,
and it appears as those in the top 8 did not really have any big slip-ups.
Yeah, doesn't look like. So Caden is throwing his 11th and his 10th frame.
He just got a strike, and let's see.
And if he's going to go
the 190, he'll be a 207 if he punches out.
Yeah, he was either all or nothing the whole time.
Right, and so that'll put him in the 2+260 range.
Yeah.
So he'll fall a couple of spots. Looks like Trevor, who was in 8th, will move up a couple.
And where was TJ at? He was on 11 and 12?
Yeah.
Well, where was Trevor was on 11 and 12?
Let's see. Oh, then I hope I didn't get him mixed up.
I think you did.
TJ was down a couple more.
Okay. So 220 for Caden Cook. He just left a 610, so he's going to go 190. 197 on the spare.
So that'll put him at 254.
He goes 8, so 254. Or no, 97. So what I just lost.
253.
Yeah. So he'll be 253. So he may be the 8th seed of everything. How everything's looking.
We'll see what Dave Goodale does and Dakota Kessler. But, yeah, 253.
And David's right here on lane 6. He's getting ready to finish up. He's had a pretty solid tournament, I would say.
Actually, this is TJ right here on 6.
Oh, TJ. I thought that was David Campbell. I'm sorry.
Davies right there.
Oh, that.
Yeah, this is TJ.
And Kessler's over here. That's why you were over there looking for Dakota Kessler.
Oh, no, that's not. Yeah, that is TJ. Yeah. And you
had me messed up.
He'll be in the 190s if he picks that up.
So this is
TJ.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So he'll be in the 260 range.
Kessler with one more. He'll be in the.
Oh, there he is.
He'll be in the 250.
50s.
$250s will put him up in the 2+290.
That'll move top 4 probably.
TJ will give him to 190, so TJ would give him 257.
260. That's 95 with a strike.
Oh yeah, 95.
And Dakota Kessler wraps up with another strike, 258. TJ with a 194 with that 9
293.
count.
So be 261. So we're waiting on David Goodall.
Let me go see what I can find.
Okay.
I can see him up bowling right now.
Yeah, so the top 8 were
I'll let you know when I get there.
top 8 were set, locked in. Caden Cook is locked in at 253. Looks like
Looks
he's
like
going to
Dave's
be
going to probably finish with a 2-0 or maybe a 2 teens. He's at 168 in the 8th, 188 in the 9th with a strike up. And he'll have his 11th and 12th frame here.
And we need David Goodale. And Alan can't hear me right now. And Alan and Andrew Weiss.
So here's Dave's 11th frame with a strike up in the 10th. Pretty smooth shot, came up high, left the 4-6, so he's going to be in the 2-0s. 2-0-7, quite probably for Dave if he picks off one of that 4-6.
Yeah. That's Goodale. Is that for Goodale?
He'll have a 207 if he gets one of the.
He got one.
He got one, so that's a.
And that was
207.
Goodale, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So that's going to give him 240, 241 for 207.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to, there's going to be your 8th seed there. So we need David Campbell and Andrew Weiss.
Andy Weiss. Davey is done. And where's Andy at? I think he is done as well. I'll see if I can find out how they did.
Okay, yeah, because that's only 2 that we need. And we'll have the top 8 for tomorrow. But right now, the ones that are locked in, well, I guess Melvin Spear. If Spear can shoot 30, if he can shoot 39, if he shot 239, that would put him in the top 8. So we got to find out what Melvin shot also. And Alan's going to find out. So we are at the tail end of Game 7, or Game 8, I mean. I'll get with Jeff and find out if we're going to have them line up for, maybe get with them real quick. And Alan's coming back. You going to have them line up on the announcement for the top 8, or are you just going to announce them?
We usually just announce them. We don't
Okay.
usually have them.
Davey Campbell had a 247
Okay.
last game, so that is going to keep him close to the top.
290, 247, 289. No, that's not right. 3. Right. Yeah, 389.
89, yeah.
That's a good set for 8 games. So he led the field by 120.
Let's see, he was
Also-
ahead by, he was already up by more than 80
So
coming into the last.
need to find out what
or
Melvin
70.
shot. If Melvin shot 239, then he would end up going around David Goodale.
Let me snoop that one out.
And also Andrew Weiss. Those are only 2 that we need to know.
Actually, it was Andy that had the 247.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Let me see what.
290, so 303?
303, yes. And so we need Davey Campbell
We need
and
Campbell and
Melvin,
and
and
Melvin.
Shane Spear.
So we'll go find that one out. After that, we're all pretty well set. Because I believe everyone, there's a few more down on the high end. on 17-18.
Davey Campbell was in the 230s for the last game.
That's
I didn't get an exact number, but in the 30s.
330, 340 over.
And so, yeah,
He's
that
gonna be
will keep
leading.
him as top seed.
And then we need Shane, and that's it. If Shane shot 239, then that would put him over David Goodale by a pin. And we'll wait for sure till Jeff Wilson comes up with the announcement. And we'll see if we can get David Campbell over to quick interview real quick. Do what?
I just wanted to check.
Okay. What'd you finish up with?
Negative 37.
Oh, they got Cliffy pretty quick.
It's game 5 and 6 that killed me.
Yeah, that's about when you really saw the cliff starting to happen.
Yes.
When will we be able to watch this?
You can watch it now.
Can you? Okay.
Yeah, we're broadcasting it live.
On Facebook?
Joey put it on the Facebook page.
Perfect. Okay.
And then we'll have the match play tomorrow too.
Perfect. I'll watch it tomorrow.
Here you go, Mom.
Is this where you're at, done?
No, this is 7.
Yeah, this is game 7. We're just waiting to find out what Shane threw.
1563. It's 1357.
Ellen's doing the searching on that. But right now what we have is David Campbell is tournament leader. Looks like Andrew Weiss will be second seed. David Campbell, and then it's going to be Andrew Weiss. Looks like Dakota Kessler might be 3. Trevor might be 4, and this is unofficial. TJ is at 261, so he might be 5. No, 253. Looks like Dakota. Looks like Dakota might be 5. Yeah, we're waiting on. It's going to be TJ 6, Manini 7, and Goodale 8. But we're waiting to find out what Shane shot. Either all or nothing, right? Right, Mr. Cook?
Absolutely.
I mean, I figured out one time, I think it was after game 6, if you shot 240 or better, you're averaging 265. If not, you're 199.
Yeah, that's about right.
That's hard to do.
And then I had 197 the last game.
It's hard to do that, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's actually really easy to do that.
It looked like when you got down here, surface was the way to go to try to freeze up against that friction area and not get too far right and get off the cliff.
Yeah, and then the middle of the house, the middles were just blown up, so yeah, I couldn't get anything down the lane, and then when I switched to something that would get down the lane, it would go way too far down the lane.
It would see the friction and then just really bounce more.
It was Greek Church, 6 counts through the middle.
That makes it fun. Hey, lane shots, lane house, or house shots, they're always fun, right?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know why our St. Joe Masters doesn't bowl on something a little tougher. You got the top 32 bowlers in town. Put something out.
There you go. All right, well, nice bowling today. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, you'll be in. Yep, you'll be in.
Definitely in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be in the top 4.
Yeah, I've got
top 5.
you. I've got you 5 right now. So what did
Shane did not? I did not get his exact score, but I know that at most it could be a 2 teens.
Oh, 2 teams, so that wouldn't do him.
Yeah, so it looks like the top 8 coming into game 8 will stay the top 8. A little bit of jumbling around.
So what I have unofficial is David Campbell leading. He'll be the number 1 seed. It's going to be Andrew Weiss, number 2. 3 seed is going to be Dakota Kessler. 4th seed will be Trevor
Peeper Gertis.
Peeper Gertis. God, I'm gonna screw that name up because they
Well,
both made
you're gonna
it.
have to say it again here pretty soon.
I know.
So.
And then the fifth seed is going to be Caden Cook. Six is going to be TJ Peeper Gertis.
Brother.
And then 7 is going to be Brian Manini. And 8 squeaking in is going to be David Goodall.
And Dave had a unofficially right around 241.
Oh, David,
I'm sorry, is that 241?
That's his 241 over.
Yeah, 241 over.
Yeah, and that's my unofficial. And it's kind of strange where you didn't see anyone out of the cut.
No.
Or anyone out of the cut not make it up into the cut.
There was enough separation there, and then none of those right off the pace had a big 8th game.
Well, you had an 8-pin.
Right.
You had an 8-pin separation from 8th and 9th, 13
more to 10th.
From 10th, and then to 9th you had another 21. Usually, sometimes
somebody there is going to move in.
Yeah, something's going to happen.
Or at least one of the 8 that were there slip a little bit, but it looks like that did not happen again. This is all unofficial, and our dirty math a little bit here to see how close it is, but we're going to be pretty accurate as far as the top 8, it looks like.
And we got to give a huge thanks for getting us the sheets and the standings, the updates.
They were a little
after
thin
each
on
game.
volunteers for the St. Joseph USBC.
She got them to us quick.
They did great. They are still tabulating the final results, and they let me elbow my way in to get a couple of scores.
And you just got to be able to make sure that you get everything the right way.
Oh, you bet. You can't mess up at that point.
And we are definitely going to have the
it'll be a good day
round
tomorrow.
robin match play tomorrow, 8 games, and then we'll have the step ladder. And
it'll be a good 8 game of match play with who we have.
It's going to be interesting, and here's the kicker. And the one thing that I learned the first time I made round robin match play at a regional is that your qualifying transition is nothing
Anywhere
like your
close.
match play.
You can come back the second day and it be very different, or you just don't have it for the day.
And the other interesting thing is there's no lefties in this.
Not at all.
So you're really going to have to try to figure something out. But
I qualified 3rd in this tournament. I think it was about 6 years ago or so, and then that was the year that I came into match play and had a 136 during a game.
And you get so mindset on what's going to change, what you're going to have. And
no
ends up
carryover. You've got to start totally from scratch again and relearn the lanes again.
And that's what killed me because, it was my first time. No one's going to tell me what to expect, and I didn't realize until I'm like, okay, this worked yesterday. Why is it not working today? And I was 8 games that way.
It'll be curious as to which 4 pairs they use tomorrow for match play. I guess for higher scores, we hope that they are down a little bit.
So when we take a look, well, no, they cleared this out. Somehow they cleared 5 and 6 out.
Yeah, but if you compare just even 7 and 8 with 3,400, 3,300, compare that to 3,100 total pins, 3,185 on lane 3, which is by far the lowest of any that I see.
When you just look at the totals, you got. I'm looking at pair total on 3 and 4. You've got 64.
Just over
about
6,500.
6,500.
Yep.
On 3 and 4, you look
68.
You got 68.
Almost
so that's,
68.
That's 300 pins difference.
A lot different.
With 30 some games, so that's 10 pins a game. That's pretty big. You look on 11 and 12, 34, 6 and almost 7,000.
Yep.
So you're talking 500 pin difference lane total between 9 and 10 and 3 and 4.
Well, like we said up the top, just my history here is the higher scores have always come the farther down you go here on the lanes. The higher lane pairs, definitely higher scores.
And that's, and what did I talk about at the one tournament that I bowled at Olympia? It's someone complained about house bowlers. Give it game 4, 5, 6. We'll start finding out.
Yeah,
who's who.
we'll get the average per game, and we did not get that update for game 6 what the average field score was, but they started pretty high in games 1 and 2 with a 225 and 227, then dropped significantly for 3 and 4, 212 and 217, and then 211 for game 5. Game 6 went up a bit. That was, I want to say, 216 or so. Yep. And so there was the little dip in the middle, and then as I guess bowlers figured out they had to get serious if they wanted to make a run, that they bared down a little bit and scores went back up again.
And Caden said that they were getting even more burned up the further right he got, or down, more toward the middle of the lanes he got.
Right.
And, when you have a whole lot of hand, you're going to magnify that condition.
Well,
I'd
say of the 33 bowlers, I think there were maybe 2 left-handers of the bunch total. And so that's a lot of friction going down on that right side of the lane.
And so now, you're going to have 8 games tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Your transition isn't going to be
as significant. Right.
The way the lanes are now when they finish game 8 isn't going to be anywhere close to what game 8 when they get done tomorrow.
You're talking 1 bowler per lane instead of 2.
Well, you're talking 250 games.
Oh, sure.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You get done with the match play, you're only going to have 64 games.
Mm-hmm.
So would you rather bowl in a pair that has 64 games on it? Would you rather bowl in a pair that has 250?
Unless you like it crazy.
Crazy stupid.
Crazy stupid.
That's what we do.
I don't think, looking at the 8, I don't think we have any crazy stupid bowlers in the top 8 of this bunch.
No, this was, me personally, I don't mind house shot conditions when you're going to have 7, 8. Because everyone's going to get left.
Yep.
Everyone's going to have to find a way to either A, get the recovery to come up for the back end, or you're going to have to learn to figure out how to blend the friction. One of the two, you're either going to have to recover it or you're going to have to blend it. Everyone's the same way, and you're going to have to be left. And when they get like this, sometimes less hand is better. But if you take a look at all the guys on there, there's a lot of guys that don't have less hand.
No, and a lot of speed. A lot of speed for most of them, and a lot of hand. And there were no 300s today. Brian Manini came the closest. He had a spare in the first game, then the next 11 for a 290.
So if you took the under on the 1.5 minus 105,
then you're a winner. Yeah, you definitely the under on that. That was pretty clear.
But you took the 255 and you're close at 241.
Well, yeah.
Let's see if we can get a Jeff Wilson.
Yep, as we expected, Shane just a little low.
With 1841 is Dave Goodale. 7th place, 1853 is Caden Cook. 6th place with 1861, TJ Piepergertis. In 5th place, 1878, Trevor Piepergertis. 4th place, 1880, Brian Manini. 3rd place with 1893, Dakota Kessler. 2nd place, 1903, Andy Weiss. Guys, big round of applause today. Your leader, 1979, Mr. Davey Campbell.
So let me see if I can get David Campbell. Find out.
If you guys want to go to the payout table right here by the ATM and see if they'll get you.
Oh yes. Oh yes. We gotta get David Campbell over here. That's what exactly what was it that you found that a lot of the other people didn't, because you had a pretty good lead going. You only had where's the shit at? You had the 201 game 3, but other than that, you just stayed pretty consistent.
Yeah. I think I played the middles pretty well, and there's a pretty good hold there, and my roll was good enough to get out corner pins whenever I was keeping it tight, which makes it kind of easy. You get a little wiggle both ways, and you can just keep it and play a whole lot and pick up your spares.
So you pretty much stayed off the cliff.
Oh, 100%. Like, I think the furthest right I got it was the first 2 games, and then after that, after my 2-0, I just moved my eyes straight left and started bumping left a whole bunch and kept it tight.
We're watching over here on some of them, and from where I'm at, I can look right down 6. It looked like you get it 8-9, it's going to come back. You go 10-11, oh, it's going to wiggle.
Yeah. I mean,
and if you get just a little bit outside 8-9, oh, it's cliffy and it's coming back hard.
Yeah. And fortunately, I have a couple revs, and my ball speed isn't outrageous like it used to be, so I was inside that most of the day. So
it kind of goes what we were talking about, Alan. Less hands, a little bit more.
A little bit more, and as the day progressed, it seemed like that became even more important as we saw some of the others struggle.
What were you basically using today?
I used a blue Tundra Fire the whole day. I never switched out of it. I just kept marching left.
900 global jersey, and you're throwing track.
Well, I mean, I'm not rep by anyone, so I got to do what I want.
Hey, sometimes it's not a bad deal, but yeah, that's anybody would take that after 8 games.
Yeah, definitely. Can't be mad about bowling that good, and shooting that big old 8 in there is great. It was just icing on the cake.
So coming back tomorrow and looking at the others you will be joining.
Oh, God.
Pretty tough field.
Oh, yes. Yeah, a lot of good bowlers. And I bowl with them all the time, and they're all scary. So it'll be a really fun day tomorrow. Hopefully everyone shows up, got their A game, make it more fun.
So we were doing some math. Lanes have 250 games on them after the 8 games.
Yeah.
Now the 8 games of match play. When you get done with the 8 games, you're only going to have 65. Yeah. Your idea of, or your plan of attack for tomorrow, because your transition's not going to be the same.
No, it's not going to be the same. And I'm not real good at trying to make a plan for a transition. You show up and have a close idea of where you're going to start off, and what the lane tells you to do, that's what you do. You know what I mean? I don't like to have a preconceived notion. It'll put you in a box too quick.
Well, and using the same ball most of the day today.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely
you did not
start
have to
with
adjust as much.
You would be silly not to.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, start with it tomorrow, and if it looks good, great. If it doesn't, switch something else. Just read off what the ball's telling you.
Talking about David Campbell, the tournament leader. Yeah, we'll take that one. Yeah, we'll take that one. Thanks, man.
The official results.
David Campbell with the tournament lead at the 2025 USBC St. Joe Masters. Congratulations. Nice bowling, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, thanks for doing this, guys. Good job today.
There you go. There's David Campbell, your tournament leader, and we weren't too far off. There was a few numbers we missed out on.
We did get the 8.
Go ahead and
got
get
the 8.
top
David
8.
Campbell again, top seed for tomorrow at plus 379. Yes,
that's huge.
Wow.
He gets a 76-pin lead over the field.
Andy Weiss came in second with 303. Dakota Kessler at 293. Then it goes to Brian Manini at 280. Just 2 pins behind him. In 5th is Trevor Pieper-Gertis at 278. Down to his brother, TJ Pieper-Gertis, at 261. And then Caden Cook, who dropped a little bit the last couple games, 253. And Dave Goodale at 241 rounds out the field for tomorrow. Trey Myers is the alternate for tomorrow's match play.
21 pins back. So, and he threw something at it. He threw a 78 up there to try
to go at it.
Get, but then when you go back, you're 202 and you're $180, and it's kind of what we talked about. That spare, he's like, if I just
one,
make those spares,
one or two there,
So,
or get tapped out between two strikes, get a strike and then a tap and then a strike. Well, that's 20 pins right there.
Hate it when that happens.
Oh,
it happens too often.
Way too often.
So we've got all these sheets. We're going to keep these for tomorrow. We're going to have the match play, the 8-game round-robin match play, and then we're going to have the step-ladder finals tomorrow. I believe we're starting at 9.
I believe 9 o'clock again.
Hey, Jeff. Check in 8:30, start bowling at 9, so I'm going to make sure they're here at 7:30 so we can get as much coverage as we can and get the other camera going.
I might not make it here at 7:30. I've got a long trip.
I can
got
set
a
it
long
up. That's
travel.
not the problem. You just need to be here and talk, and people don't want to hear me talk all the time.
Oh,
but
well,
this was
it's a lot of fun. An awful lot of fun. I was so glad to get the invite to help you out, and chip in what little bit I know.
We'll do it again tomorrow.
Hey, we will. It'll be fun. It'll be a great day of bowling tomorrow
it'll be
for the
fun.
Masters.
So that's your top 8, and we will see you again tomorrow at 9 o'clock for the 8-man round-robin match play, and then the stepladder 5-man match play for the 2025 USBC St. Joe Masters Tournament here at Belt Entertainment in St. Joe, Missouri. I'm Ryan Ragland, that's Adam Van Zant, and no, he doesn't have any tickets for the next concert, so stop asking.
Not available.
Not available.
And
They are
you know,
sold
we
out.
started the day with an Adam. We'll finish the day with an Adam.
Did I do it again?
Yeah, you did. But
Golly.
that's a good bookend. That's the
I know-
perfect
I
way to
know
wrap
too
it up.
many Adams.
It's the perfect way to wrap up.
Andy Van Zant.
Well,
Excuse me on
and
that.
strike 2.
Strike 2.
Alan.
Alan, God.
There you go. That's okay.
I'll get it. It's
We'll have her figured out by tomorrow.
yeah. That's hey, I got the A right.
That's right. Well,
All
I'm
right.
called an A a lot.
Won't even go there. We will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for the 2025 USBC St. Joe Masters here at Belt Entertainment in St. Joe, Missouri.